of the Indian Commerce Association, theme One Earth, One Family, One Future, organized by Department of Commerce, University of Delhi, with knowledge partner OP Jindal Global University. It is indeed an honor to introduce our esteemed chair and co-chair for this enlightening session. Our chair for today is Dr. Seema Shah Singh. Dr. Seema Shah Singh is a distinguished academician currently serving as the professor and head of the Department of Commerce at Dibrugarh University, Assam. With a rich educational background, she holds an MCom and a PhD from Dibrugarh University. Dr. Singh has dedicated 32 years to the field of education, joining as a professor in July 2012. Her expertise lies in human resource management, organization theory and behavior, consumer behavior, and women studies. Dr. Singh has been actively involved in research, completing a major UGC-sponsored project in 2016 on the implementation of minimum wages among women workers in the unorganized sector. She has guided numerous research scholars, 25 MPhil and 15 PhD in Commerce and Management, showcasing her commitment to the academic mentorship. Her prolific academic contributions include 51 research papers in national and international journals, around 60 research papers presented in seminars and conferences, and not only that, a patented work on a method of performance management system for human resource. Many congratulations, ma'am, for this. Additionally, she has authored and edited around 8 books demonstrating her comprehensive understanding of organizational behavior, human resource management, and strategic management. A respected member of professional societies, Dr. Singh has held various academic and administrative positions, including head of the Department of Commerce and chairperson of boards and committees at Dibrugarh University. She continues to make significant contributions to academia as the head of the Department of Commerce and through her editorial roles in academic journals. She is the chief editor of international journal known as Adhyatma. Dr. Singh is a dedicated educator, researcher, and leader in the field of commerce and management, and we are honored to have you here, ma'am, with us. Let's please clap for the ma'am. Please, ma'am, come on the stage. Also, we are very much privileged to have Dr. Shiv Prasad Vaishnath Rao Dongre with us. Dr. Shiv Prasad Vaishnath Rao is an associate professor at Mahatma Basveshwar Mahavidyalaya, Latur. He brings 27 years of teaching experience and a diverse educational background encompassing MCom, MPhil, PhD, DBM, DMM, and DGCNA, specializing in advanced accounting and marketing. He has guided 8 PhD scholars to completion and contributed 42 papers to journals and conferences. Beyond academia, Dr. Dongre has been recognized for his social activities by the district administration and the Maharashtra government, receiving awards and a gold medal from GEPRE Chennai. Beyond academia, Sir has made significant contributions as the president of St. Govind Baba Shikshan Prasarak Mandal Prabhani and in various capacities in organizations promoting social welfare and youth development. As a life member of several prestigious associations, including the Indian Economic Association and the Maharashtra Chamber of Commerce, Dr. Dongre continues to be a dynamic force in academia and community service. Sir, may I please have you on the stage? My dear friends, without further ado, may I kindly invite Dr. Seema Shah Singh to the dais for her opening remarks. Thank you, ma'am.
A very good morning to everyone. Good morning. In the new place we are starting our technical session. And respected co-chairperson, Dr. Shri Prasad Dongre, organizer of 74 AICC All India Commerce Conference, University of Delhi, and also O.P. Jindal University, distinguished delegates who have arrived and come from the different parts of the India, north, south, east, west, and particularly from northeast because it is too far. So I welcome all of you to this technical session on the very important theme, that is entrepreneurship, innovation, and startup. Now, looking into this particular theme, the three important aspects are there: the entrepreneurship, innovation, and the startup. Innovation and entrepreneurship, these are the two related words in the business world we know. And entrepreneurship is doing things that we are not done in an ordinary course of business, whereas entrepreneurship, it applies the innovations to bring the ideas and do the things in a better and new ways. Innovation, in that way we can say, it is the problem solving, whereas entrepreneurship is the problem solver. And here the new ideas, looking into the demands, looking into the population and the demand for the products and the services, we can say that to how to match the demand and the supply, that is the role of the particular topic, especially the entrepreneurship, innovations, and the startups has become the need of the necessity. It is very, very important, and here comes the role of the researcher and the academicians. That is, through our researches, through our writing, how can we solve these basic problems? So, without wasting much of time, there are most of the papers, that is three important themes, that is especially when we come into to the theme of the paper, that is basically we can see that looking into the innovations and also the business, in order to understand the importance of the topic, that is three stages we can say, that is first, that is government's imminent role in nurturing the state entrepreneurship, this is number one. Secondly, we can say India as it is emerging as the third largest consumer market in the world. And thirdly, how the business are working to create the future manufacturers. So these are the important aspects where the more and more emphasis and concentration has to be made. And without wasting much of time, because especially in this particular session, technical session 3, a huge, I can say, a large number of paper has come. And of course, I really feel very happy to see that in the various areas the paper has touched upon. Okay, and going into deeply in each and every aspect, it is really a Herculean task for the organizer and also for the technical session chairperson. But still, I can say that we have gone through and we have tried our best to have look into most of the papers, especially because you see, the papers, the due date was mentioned, as per you all know, that is. So as per the due date, 337 paper has come. I have a record, that is already I noted down that 337 paper, 374 paper later on come, but as the due date it was 337 paper had come. Okay. And but due to the paucity of time, you see, it is not very easy to have the presentation of all each and every paper. Still, we will try our best to do justice. And looking into the many aspects as regards to the relevance of the paper to the theme, with regard to the clarity of the objectives, with regard to appropriateness of the research work, with regard to the systematic presentation, with regard to the appropriation of the languages, as well as the methodology and the statistical tool which has been used, okay, and then whether the paper has arrived at the logical conclusion or not, and to what extent it has been useful to the society as such. As a social scientist, this is also our lookout, that to what extent the paper has been, as an academician, as a researcher, it is going to help the society, business and nation as such. So keeping into mind number of aspects, actually we have tried to go through the papers. I was also happy to see that many aspects, you can say the sustainability, use of fintech, use of many aspects has been touched upon. As the paper goes on, you will come to know those papers. Okay, but I think as a technical chairperson also, I need also to say that at the time of getting the papers, please don't take it otherwise, but at the time of taking the papers, I could see that some of the papers were only the image was sent, or only the scanned copy was sent. Okay, and that was the reason why that in the status of the paper, it was written as a revision. Revision in the sense that you have to get it right. You see, if you take the image of the paper, if you give simply the without taking name, I am telling there are certain papers where the revision was given, and due to that it took a lot of time also. And apart from that, you see, I would also like to mention here the plagiarism report was given also. So many of you have mentioned that, because one column was mentioned for that, and very well it was written. But in some of the reports, I don't know, it was your sincerity. It was 28% also, 25% also, and up to before 30% also. So how can it is? Okay. So there also it required revision. But of course, I myself abstain from going through each and everything. But of course, we have to maintain that also. Why this test has been given? Okay. So that's very important whenever we write the paper. These things are also important. The another important aspects I would also like to mention here, that is, we always say, no, the group is always beautiful. Okay, when we are in association, we can do many things. 2 plus 2 is not always 4. For social scientists, 2 plus 2 is 5. And yeah. So in that way, I can see, that means we can have a synergistic impact here. But when we try to appreciate, we always see that the smaller group is always beautiful and nice. Okay, but here I have seen that the papers, some of the papers, you see, 2 papers presenters are there, 3 numbers of writers are there, and in some of the papers 5 writers and the 6 writers are there. 5.
No. You remain as it is.
Okay, so in some of the papers 5 to 6 writers are there, and what happened that for each writer, when they have registered themselves, so they have again uploaded the paper, and in that way we could see that there are a lot of repetition. Okay, so that due to that repetition also, I could see the paper has reached up to almost 400, not 400, but it's near around 400. But later on only we have come to know, oh, same paper repetition was there. So that's why I say the small is always beautiful, and I think we should also try to maintain, should not extend to that depth. We can be 2 or at the most 3. Okay, so I would, there are certain strong points and there are certain weak points also. But as a technical chairperson, I thought it's my duty also to say this, because I have also been sitting other side and presenting the paper and coming to this All India Commerce Conference. Again, I would like to, I show my gratitude also to the organizer and to All India Commerce Conference for giving me this opportunity to share the session. From my young age, I have been presenting also the paper, and I thought that these are certain points which I have noted down. There are a number of things, but I am not going to take much of your times with wasting much of time. We have already taken 10 papers. I'll just read out the papers. Due to paucity of time, as I said, that is the huge number of papers have come here. So I would like to tell that first there will be presentation for the 10 papers. 10 minutes time will be given. 10 papers, 10 minutes time. After that also, if time permits, there are papers, and accordingly 5 minutes time will be given for those papers. And if anybody is willing, and if it is there in the record, actually we have gone through, so 2 to 3 minutes time. But basically we will maintain not to just coming and going. Instead of that, having a good presentation. So I will just read out so that you will be ready. One, Namita Kaushik, she's here. I will not read out the title of the paper. Namita Kaushik is not there. Another is G.I. Punta Bekam. Number 3 is Rajiv Madhukarne or Jadhav. Whether they are there, please be ready. Number 4, Atanu Manna. Whether they are there? Atanu Manna. Then Suresh Kumar KS. Please raise your hand if you are there.
Check it. How many are there?
Yeah, how many of you are there? Please raise your hand so that we will have an idea. Suresh Kumar KS. They are having their breakfast.
I don't think 50% may not be there.
Then another is Shailendra Singh Bhadoria. Shailendra Singh Bhadoria.
Ma'am, is there any second name Jyotsna Dwivedi?
No, I'll just read out from the beginning the 10 papers, okay, and then.
Yes, ma'am, Jyotsna Dwivedi, her co-author. His co-author.
Okay, you are there? Okay. Your number is Shailendra Singh Bhadoria.
Sir, Jyotsna Dwivedi, my name is Jyotsna.
Jyotsna.
Presenting the paper.
Okay. Then another paper is by Hani Sunil Vinchu.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Another is Jyotsna Dwivedi. Oh yes. So here it comes the repetition. That's why I said. And Ajay Wagh. Oh. Then Kaushik Singh.
Yes, ma'am.
You are there. Number 9, Kene Shri. Sarita Kumari Singh. She's there? Okay. So there are papers which has been repetition is there. Okay. So in that order, I will request Dr. Sonal to coordinate me. She is the coordinator with regard to the arrangement of the papers. Thank you and all the best. Thank you once again. Please now.
All the authors whose name were called, I request you all to please come on the second row. And I hope you have uploaded your presentation here. May I request Chair Ma'am and Co-Chair Sir to please come here so that we'll be making adjustment accordingly and you'll be able to see the presentation in a better manner. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Miss Namita Kaushik is not here. Professor G.L. Putambekar is not here. Who? Let me just have a look, sir. Pankaj Kumar Jharia. Sir, please come in the front. I'm repeating again. Namita Kaushik ma'am is not here. Pankaj Jharia sir is here. Rajiv Madhukarao Jadhao is not here. And his any team member. Mr. Atanu Manna is not here. Suresh Kumar KS, not here. Then Professor Shailendra Singh Badhoria. We have the other author, Josna Divedi. Yeah, please come in the front, ma'am. Hani Sunil Vinchu, sir, please come in the front. Thank you. Dr. Kaushiki Singh. Yes, ma'am. Kena Shri, Miss Kena Shri, no, and Miss Sarita Kumari Singh. So we have 5 authors, sir and ma'am. For your, please note, we have 5 paper presenters present over here. So may I please call the first authors. This is Professor J.L. Putambekar and Mr. Pankaj Jharia. Along with him, the title of the paper is Impact of Fintech Startups on Financial Inclusion in India. Sir, please note, we will be given 10 minutes to present your paper.
But maximum 10 minutes.
Yeah, maximum 10 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Pankaj Kumar Jharia. I am research scholar from Dr. Hari Singh Gaur Vishwavidyalaya, Madhya Pradesh. My topic of research paper is Impact of Fintech Startups on Financial Inclusion in India. So, these are the content of my slide, PPT introduction, then research methodology, then hypothesis of the study and status of financial inclusion in India, then fintech, growth and opportunity in India, data analysis and interpretation, and last, the conclusion. Now I am moving to introduction. So first of all, what is financial inclusion? As the World Bank says that every individual or business of the society should get the financial services equally. There should be no difference between depending on their income status or their religious any kind of. There should be equality in accessing financial services. So it's World Bank has says that the removing the barrier into financial inclusion can help in removing poverty, economic growth, etc. So the regulator of different countries, if I talk about Indian government, the most well-known scheme is Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. It is the example of financial inclusion initiative. So different countries have their own initiative regarding the financial inclusion. Like if I will talk about digital financial inclusion, there is M-Pesa in Kenya, which is a digital platform for the payment, digital platform payment. So it is most of the countries, especially G20 countries, have recognized that it is very important to look into the financial inclusion condition in every countries. So they have made their own initiative and policies. So recent in the report of 2021, World Bank has released their report, and which says that there is gender gap in financial inclusion. That is globally 47% of women own an account compared to 55% of men. So it should be removed, the gender gap. So recently we have seen that due to digitalization, the fintech startup has grown rapidly, significantly in last 10 decades. And we everyone use digital payment mode or any kind of financial service we can access through digital platform. So recently we can say that there is a hope that financial inclusion, the position of financial inclusion can be improved in better way in upcoming years. So this is the objective of my study, to analyze what is the impact of fintech startups on improving the financial inclusion. So this is the research methodology. The nature of the studies: firstly, I have described the current status of financial inclusion in India. Then I have analyzed the impact. Second, the data type. I have get the data from the global fintech database, which is released by World Bank. In every 3 years, it releases the data, and it includes I think 146 countries data they have. So from India, they have collected from 3,000 people. So I have taken the data from there. So and statistical tool, multiple linear regression I have used in SPSS. So there is two variable. Actually, there was many 110 something questions were there. So I have captured only those questions which is related to digital finance, or which is related to financial inclusion and with digitalization. So I have divided these variable into fintech access and fintech uses. So if you are using any kind of financial service accessing through any digital mode like Paytm, fintech, PhonePe, etc. Second, fintech uses, if you are using financial service through any digitalization in any mobile app. So these are the two independent variable, and dependent variable is financial inclusion. So hypothesis is of the studies, there is no significant impact of financial access on financial inclusion in India. And second hypothesis, there is no significant impact of fintech uses on financial inclusion in India. So if we now if we see the status of financial inclusion in India, so there is data from 2011 to 2021. So 78% of the world's adult population have their account with financial institute or any kind of, and 68% of India's population. And when we talk about India, it is 76. Asia in case of 68%, and in case of India there is 76% of people have their account with financial institution. Now if we see the gender gap between men in terms of their account with any kind of financial institution, offline or through any digital mobile app. So in 2011 there was 44% of male have their account with financial institution, and female in 26% have their own account. Now if we look into 21, there is 78%, both of them, men and female, male and female, they both 78% have their account with financial institution. So there the gender gap between them has already reduced, we can say that it. So now fintech growth and opportunity. If we look into the investment scenario in fintech startups, fintech market, so in 2012 there was $0.17 billion through the 37 deal. Fintech startups has gathered the funding, and if we look into 2021, we can see there is 7.97, almost $8 billion funding has been raised by fintech startups through 280 deals. So we can say that there is significant growth in that investment scenario. Every startup from fintech sector has raised the significant large amount of investment. Now, fintech market opportunity in India. So, if we look into the growth of their the fintech startups, so it is expected to raise their share. If we look into the overall fintech market, it can become 2.1 trillion up to year 2013. And if we look into the growth of different segment in fintech sector, like lending sector, insurance sector, wealth sector, these are the data. So if thus there will be 60% of growth in lending sector. So these are the data here.
Last 2 minutes.
Yes, sir. So these are the analysis of my results. So which is, it shows that the overall model has shown 19 point, almost 20% of significant change in the financial inclusion due to financial access and fintech financial uses, services uses through fintech. So these are the model summary, and these are the coefficient which is all values are significant here. So overall we can say that 20% of the change in financial inclusion due to the fintech startups. So of course, in the conclusions of section, I will say that there is impact of fintech startup on financial inclusion. So already the government, Indian government has launched several schemes like tax saving, tax relaxation and other scheme for startup companies. But there should all just like there are many frauds or any different kind of difficulties arise with the fintech startups, and especially I will talk about digital lending. There is many news I have heard that there is a fraud with many people, especially with illiterate people. So the Indian government should make the strict rules and policy regarding the fintech startup. Those are not regulated. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Pankaj. Very quickly, we can have a query, one or two query, because due to shortage of time. So if there is any query, you can have on his presentation any query regarding the paper, the theme which was presented. So we can move to the next paper.
Thank you so much, sir. Now may I please call upon stage the another team authors, Professor Shailendra Singh Bhadoria and Mrs. Jyotsna Dwivedi. The topic is a role of digitalization in facilitating future innovation and enhancing the steadiness of MSMEs in transitional markets.
I think the presenter should introduce, just a brief introduction, you give yourself, your name and from where you have come, that's important. Yeah.
Both the owner.
No, at least the one who is the presenter.
Right.
We would like to know from which parts where you
Yeah.
are.
May I please request the authors to please get your PPTs uploaded beforehand so that we save the time. If you have not done so, please do it, sir.
Good morning, everyone. I am Jyotsna Dwivedi, research scholar of Indira Gandhi National Tribal University, Amarkantak, and with Professor Shailendra Singh Bhadoria, sir. He is my supervisor also and co-author in this paper. So, I am presenting the title, A Role of Digitalization in Facilitating the Frugal Innovation and Enhancing the Sturdiness of MSME in Transitional Market. First of all, I like to draw your kind attention, the frugal innovation. As we all know, Jugaad. So here in this pictures or pic you have seen, this is the Jugaad. So when we say Jugaad, we feel very proud ki yes, this is an Indian concept. So yes, this is an Indian concept. This is a frugal innovation. We also called it as a Jugaad innovation or the Gandhian innovation. Here we see the pressure cooker where is cooking the food without any electricity or LPG gas, and there you have seen the how milkman deliver the milk to that person during the COVID situation. So frugal innovation concept is very prevalent during COVID-19, during pandemic, and we all know that we have to prepare ourselves for that kind of pandemic situation. So this we need frugal innovation. Okay, so frugal innovation refers to a low cost new product methods design that have been created for or come out of what is known as bottom of the pyramid or unreserved lower end of the mass market. So this is frugal innovation here we are talking about. Now, digital transformation and innovation. During pandemic situation, we all know and we somewhat adopted the laptop method, online classes, online teaching methods. So this is digital transformation. Market is changing very fast and we all need the digital transformation and adopting that digital transformation. So MSME, as you know, MSME is a very small group or a businessman or business owners of a small workers or small capital. So they need a resilience to survive themselves in that transitional market. So digital transformation become necessity for a business operation, collaboration, coordination and generating a new knowledge and innovation was a pivotal determinant in dealing with unexpected threat and challenges and exploring the business opportunities. As you have seen the resilience, what resilience mean is nurture a positive view of yourself, move towards the new goal. So these are the resilience. Then I have had one more variable in the study, that is organizational learning. And we all know learning never ends. We keep learning and we go on learning even at the age of 70, even at the age of 90. So this is the organizational learning. While digital transformation and innovations are the outcome of interaction with the environment and response of its emerging need, organizational learning act as a bridge between the firm and their environment. So this create a new horizon to study how we add the organizational learning and promote the MSME resilience in this transitional market. These are my few literature reviews. In that, I have selected the few important points of the relationship between the variables, that is the digital transformation and frugal innovation, MSME resilience, sturdiness, and digital business transformation, frugal innovation and MSME sturdiness, organizational learning. As we have lack of time, so I'm not mentioning all my literature reviews. And this is the research gap which I identified. In this research gap, I have identified that the impact of that there is a less of how digitalization in business affect the small and medium firms, especially in developing countries. There is a very few studies which include organizational learning as their variable to assess the role of their digital transformation and impact in the frugal innovation. So I have identified my 3 research questions based on that literature reviews, which does digital business transformation impact frugal innovation and SMEs resilience? Does frugal innovation impact SMEs resilience? Does organizational impact digital transformation, frugal innovation, and SEMS resilience? So, to address these questions, I employed social technology theory, research-based view, organizational learning theory, dynamic capability theory, and frugal innovation theory as a theoretical lens, through which we understand how firms maintain their resilience by employing digital business transformation, frugal innovation, and organizational learning. This is my research model, which is based on my theoretical aspect, as well as I'm indicating my hypothesis of the study. Where you see I have derived the 6 hypotheses from the literature reviews previously mentioned, and this is my research methodology. My research method is in the nature of descriptive and both exploratory in nature. I have used both the primary and the secondary data. I have collected my data using the structured close-ended questionnaire based on Likert 5 scale. My target populations are the MSME, whose worker population is is from 50 to 250. Between 50 to 250 are the workers they employed. So they are in nature of whether they are small MSME, whether they are using the rubbers industry, paper industry. I've used the sampling method is purposive convenience sampling. I try to cover the maximum MSME, but because of time constraint, because of lack of resources, I've only collected 39 MSME, data from 39 MSME. These are my variables. These are my structural model. I've used PLS software for my study, and the Cronbach Alpha, AVE, and composite reliability are above their limits, so this model is good to go. And this is my result, which shows that the digital transformation is the main driver of improving the frugal innovation, and digitalization impacting the resilience also. Frugal innovation impacting the resilience, organizational learning also positively impacting the frugal innovation, resilience, and digital transformation. My result findings my conclusion suggests that the digital transformation play a very critical role, frugal innovation and organizational learning also, within the emerging market of MSME, shedding light on their resilience during the unforeseen crisis. By unveiling a new theoretical framework, how organizational learning accelerate digital business transformation, foster the frugal innovation, and fortify MSME amidst the disruption. Ultimately, this study advocates for a rethinking of management strategies, emphasizing the cultivation of learning culture to navigate the uncertainties and build a more capable future. So, this is the new future we are looking towards with the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and hope my study will bring change to MSME market and provide a new point of view to integrate the frugal innovation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jyotsna.
Thank you.
Of course, your paper was very much relevant, as well as it has also shown many new directions. But due to shortage of time, I think if there is a query, one question, if So only one questions can be put and you can answer.
Thank you for the opportunity to ask a question.
Yes, sir.
Can you please tell as what is your take insofar as digital transformation and frugal innovation is concerned?
So taken as in which?
In the sense like, what do you look at it from an innovative approach?
Sir, according to me, I think as a developing nation, or we can say more than developing nation, digital transformation bring the kranti to the frugal innovation, and we as a new generation or generation Z, we are capable to bring that kranti, and we believe in ourselves. Even in the research field also, we bring that kranti. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, may I please call upon stage Dr. Hani Sunil Vinchu for the topic Role of ICT Ecosystem in Leveraging Startup Business, Atmanirbharta, Socio-Economic Status through Mediating Role of ICT Daily Hassles.
Good morning. Dr. Hani Sunil Vinchu from Indira Gandhi National Tribal University, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce. My co-author is Professor Dr. Ajay Vag, Business Management, Indira Gandhi National Tribal University, Amarkantak. As the title of the research paper has already been conveyed, I think it will be good to go ahead, right? So coming to the concept of the paper, it can be understood like, firstly we should try to know what the researchers have meant by the startup as a concept. So the building blocks for that, as we all know what is a startup, which we will get revealed, will be based on these building blocks, mainly emphasizing on the innovation and the scalability of the businesses. Thereof, they can have a family-owned aspect, and at the same time, the zeal of the entrepreneur is what is being emphasized. We are talking about blending innovation with tradition, and hence we have got this as the definition for startup. One more thing is that when we are saying that it's a recently founded business, whereby we are trying to focus on self-reliance as one of the important variables as we go ahead. Therefore, we have got three types of variables. One, independent variables. A variable is ICT ecosystem. Going ahead, we have a mediating variable to check the impact, that is ICT daily hazards. And then we have got three dependent variables. One is business upscaling, self-reliance, and socio-economic status. Insofar as major review of the literature is concerned can be discussed, I hope, because due to the paucity of time as it has been already conveyed. There are some groups on which the study was made. ICT and business growth, it gave us to understand that yes, ICT ecosystem plays a pivotal role in business upscaling. Going ahead to understand, it is self-reliance through this digital infrastructure that should be attained, and at the same time the government policies which were talked about and the social economic status impact that they have. But along with this, the story doesn't go that smooth, and hence we have got the challenges in this ICT ecosystem which we refer as to the skill gaps, resource constraints, and the cybersecurity issues. Therefore, we have got the mediating role of ICT daily hazards, which can be understood through the contributions made before. As we move ahead, we're trying to understand there are two objectives of this research. One is to determine the role of ICT ecosystem on the startup effectiveness parameters, which are the dependent variables we saw before. And the second is to determine the impact of ICT daily hazards on those startup effectiveness parameters. Convenience sampling method was used, and whereby 83 different startups from 3 districts from 2 different states, that is Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, namely those are the districts which were considered for the study by the researchers. Considering that 83 startups, if we see the demographic profile, male domination is very much prevalent. Then we can understand that the startups, age of the entrepreneurs, if we consider, then the youngsters are the ones which are driving the force. If we see retail sector, that is the one which is the largest found, and followed by food processing and dealership. We have this age of the entrepreneurs is concerned, again we can understand it here. In a startup age is concerned, we can see there are newly formed startups which are more. Just to give you a background that will be helpful for the upcoming slide, these districts are socially and economic backward districts which were studied upon. The startups are mainly self-funded, so that is one of the driving force to understand Atmanirbharta, self-reliance. They prefer to go for sole proprietorship as a type of business, and the investment made by them is, initially, if you consider, though, therefore I told you the nature of the districts, it is between 2 to 5 lakhs, that is a larger chunk. The main part of the research which focuses on the role of ICT ecosystem, so if we talk about the investment made in ICT, it's up to 10% initially in such areas, which is found to be a prominent part. With this, the researchers have framed a model whereby ICT ecosystem is an independent variable, has impact on 2 different aspects. One is direct impact that it has on the startup effectiveness parameters, and the next is what we have to understand first. That is the mediating variable, that is ICT daily hazards, which make us understand that the startup effectiveness parameters which are there have the impact of ICT ecosystem through its mediating role, and also there is a direct impact on the business upscaling, which leads to self-reliance, and ultimately it leads to socio-economic status, which has in turn direct impact from business upscaling. The hypothesis of the study, there are actually 10 null hypotheses of the study which were framed, which are especially focusing upon the various relationships between these variables. As is a learned audience, I don't think that this should be emphasized on to be explained much in detail. One more thing is that when we talk about this, the hypotheses were framed by taking into consideration even the mediating effect of ICT daily hazards, because that was checked prominently. Okay, coming to the measurement scale, the scale was created for it and adjusted. Just as a glimpse, it can be shown to you as to this was questionnaire which is framed. This is the demographic part, but going ahead we can understand that on various different variables the questions were prepared, and they were on 5-point Likert scale. So scale development based on these variables, it makes us understand. The 5-point Likert scale which we are talking about was for gauging from the agreement to the disagreement, and the neutral aspect was dealt with by as undecided. Reliability testing was done, and the Cronbach's alpha coefficient was 0.7, and the validity confirmation was ensured. Going ahead, for the correlation, it would be good to understand with the help of this particular table that we have. There is a technical issue that's not open. But then, talking about the correlation, there is a positive correlation between ICT ecosystem and the startup effectiveness. Correlation of ICT ecosystem on the startup effectiveness parameters through mediating role, then we find a negative relationship thereof. With the regression and mediation analysis, the mediation assessment tells us about the p-value related to ICT ecosystem and the startup effectiveness parameters, which is significant, and insofar as the one through the mediating role is insignificant. Therefore, we have before us that the purpose of this research to understand as the success factors for any startups, the sensitivity through the growth-linked business development. We have adoption of ICT for the crucial upscaling of the business. The study was made accordingly in that area. And we have the daily ICT hazards, which are a mediating part. The significance of the study, therefore. The conclusion can be summed up in 3 different parts. One is technology and success, where we can understand that it is essential for the startups to focus on ICT ecosystem. The investment in ICT therefore has to be aggravated, and resourcefulness for the growth through the Atmanirbharta or social upliftment is what should be targeted upon. The references of the study are mentioned by way of, you can say, mediating dynamics and the comprehensive insights. Thank you very much. I'm open for the questions. I think 16 seconds left. Yes.
So one question. Okay.
Yes, no problem, madam. आप हिंदी में बात कर सकती हैं, कोई बात नहीं.
बैकवर्ड एरिया चूज किया और आपने जो मेजरमेंट स्केल लिया वो सेल्फ डेवलप लिया आपने.
हाँ.
या प्रीवियसली टेस्टेड तो नहीं लिया?
प्रीवियसली टेस्टेड भी रेफर किए मैडम, परंतु इस स्टडी के लिए जो स्केल ली गई तो उसमें मॉडिफिकेशंस करने भी पड़े, परंतु ये समझ में आया कि पूरी तरह से वो स्केल अप्लाई नहीं हो रही, इसलिए डेवलप करनी पड़ी.
और वन थिंग सर, आपका थ्रोन बैक अल्फा जो वैल्यू थी 0.7 थी. जनरली मेजर करते हैं कि above than 0.7 is good for the study.
So it had mentioned, I think it is greater than 0.7.
और सर
it is greater than 0.7, right.
दूसरी चीज़ ये कि जो चूंकि जो सोशल बैकग्राउंड है वो बैकवर्ड है, तो मेजॉरिटी ऑफ पीपल डज नॉट अंडरस्टैंड इंग्लिश. So how to convert your questionnaire in Hindi?
Yes, madam. It was converted in Hindi itself, and it had been taken to the.
It is just an idea I want to.
Thing is that, madam, even though people don't understand English, it did not got revealed to the study that they were understanding the different parameters that we talked about. Only thing is that we had to make them understand what is the focus of our study, and we tried to make them understand that in Hindi.
Okay.
To be very frank.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. I hope I have addressed your questions. Thank you, madam.
One thing I have to
One.
All right.
Probably you have applied the method of correlation for the purpose of analysis.
Yes, sir.
But you have not mentioned which specific method was applied.
Okay.
Because in the case of correlation coefficient, we can think about starting from Carl Pearson, Scatter, Spear, so many methods are there. And in the case of correlation, there are chances of probable error as well as standard error. Have you computed it?
Yes, sir. 0.05 as a significant level was considered, and Carl Pearson's correlation was as a method was taken into consideration. Sorry, I did not mention it.
So that is not the question. If you are computing Carl Pearson coefficient of correlation, there is system of computation of probable error and standard error.
Okay.
Have you computed it?
So it was computed, but I will not be able to see it.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
So thank you. We can move to the third people.
Yeah, may I please invite Dr. Kaushiki Singh, and her topic is exploring the nexus of entrepreneurship, innovation and career planning, and empirical investigation through SEM.
Thank you, ma'am. A very good morning to all. Respected chairperson, the co-chairperson, Professor H.K. Singh sir, and on the honorable professors, senior professors, and my dear colleagues, students and research scholars. Yesterday we were in the inaugural session of this ICA conference, and Professor Yogesh Singh, Honorable Vice Chancellor, has said, according to his words, that in the Industry 5.0, the three main important components are innovation, entrepreneurship and creativity. We have to focus not only on the education but also in its implementation, was his words. And taking in consideration his word, my research topic for today's presentation is exploring the nexus of entrepreneurship, innovation and career planning, an empirical investigation through SEM. I, Dr. Kaushiki Singh, Assistant Professor in the Department of Commerce, Dr. Shakuntala Mishra, National Rehabilitation University, Lucknow. I am presenting here my paper. The growing emphasis on entrepreneurship and innovation has led to a rising trend among the youth people to start their own business. To adapt to this shift, career planning must be incorporated, the element of the entrepreneurship and innovation. Here the research explored the correlation between career planning and entrepreneurship and how this entrepreneurship contribute in fostering the innovation among the Lucknow youth. Mentoring, coaching and counseling serve as a supportive structure and act as a process catalyst. Providing the support, guidance and education is the significant component of career planning. We have many definitions, but as our chairman, ma'am has said, we have two words, that is problem solver and problem solving. The entrepreneurship as well as the innovation. So here for my study, I have taken the youth as per defined by the Government of India, individual age between 13 to 35 years, but my study is in between 18 to 35 years, which is again divided into two. I have bifurcated into two. One is from 18 to 24 and the other one is from 25 to 35. One from the educational institution and the other one is from the working force, taking in consideration just for the ease of the data collection of my own. Next, with going through with the literature review, I have come across with the research gap that in today's era, youth entrepreneurship is seen as an innovative strategy to integrate young people into the increasing competitive job market. Even though the government actively encouraging and promoting entrepreneurship, the relatively low number of startups initiated by the young individual suggests a certain hesitancy towards entrepreneurship. So, the conceptual framework, this is not a universally accepted standard model, but under my study I have taken the career planning impact the entrepreneurship and entrepreneurship impacts the innovation. The research objective is to analyze the relationship between the career planning and entrepreneurship for the youth of the Lucknow district. The second one is to analyze the relationship between the entrepreneurship and innovation for the youth of the Lucknow district and to offer the suggestion for the enhancement of entrepreneurship among youth through innovation of the Lucknow district. There are two hypotheses being framed. The number one is there is no significant relationship between the career planning and entrepreneurship for the youth of the Lucknow district. The alternate is there is a significant relationship between career planning and entrepreneurship for the youth of the Lucknow district. The other one is that there is no significant relationship between entrepreneurship and innovation for youth of the Lucknow district, and there is a significant relationship between entrepreneurship and innovation for the youth of the Lucknow district. The research methodology here being adopted is that the quantitative research approach has been used, and as I have told you, the participants have been from the college and the industries, and they are urban and the rural areas of the Lucknow district, and it was multi-stage random sampling method, so that there must be the chance of everybody to be included under the sample. And for this study, a sample of 404 participants was examined. Actually 500 were distributed. I received 440, and with that the 60 were like that only, and only 404 were complete and they were genuine for the further going through with the testing. And the analysis was conducted by using the software SPSS and AMOS. The data collection is through questionnaire. The closed type of questionnaire, the 5-point Likert scale format has been used, and the questionnaire is divided into 4 components A, B, C, D. The A is for the career planning, the B1 is for entrepreneurship, C is for innovation, and D is the demographic profile, taking in consideration the name, gender, occupation and academic qualification. Here in the demographic profile, as it is apparent from this slide, that under the age group of 18 to 24, 52% male and 48% female, and in case of 25 to 35 age group, 59.8% of them were male and 40.1% respondent were female. In the same, likewise in the education also we can say that 12th pass is 12.50%, graduation 46.50%, post graduation 29%, and others is 12. Here I have taken the diploma. And in 25 to 35, 2.94% 12th pass, 69.6 graduate, 30.39 postgraduate, and 5.88 is under the other category. Next one is for the occupation. Here also the result shows that 73% is under students, 2 is government employees, 8 is private employees, and 17 is other. Here the others are the trainees, internship and contractual or temporary employees. The reliability tests have been done through Combat Alpha, has been used, and as you can see in the table, for all the construct and the factors we have the digits which are higher than this, so it is appropriate to check and it is liable to check the internal consistency of the construct. The next one is the application of the exploratory factor analysis is used to check whether the items are loading on the construct properly or not. And with this, which here you can see, I have used KMO as well as Bartlett test of sparsity, which means sufficiently large correlation is present for the principal component analysis. And here only the result shows that all the items are loaded to their component as well as factors. And the two methods which have been used is, one method is the Verimax with Kessler normalization, and where we can see the rotation convergence for iterations. Then is the evaluation of the measurement model. CFA has been used, the SEM first step is CFA. CFA is generally used to assess the model fitness, and here I can assess the model fitness, and I found that all these items as well as they have been the good fit, and we can have the goodness of the fit index, the comparative fits index, the Tucker-Lewis index, standardized root mean square residual, and the root mean square error of approximation, which shows that it is good fit for the test. Here we can say that there is this indicator factor has shared variances or correlation between the career planning and entrepreneurship and innovation, as well as innovation and career planning, all the three. Now, the SEM. This is the methodology for representing, estimating and testing the relationship between the measured variables which are observed that can be measured directly, and the latent variables, the construct variables not directly being measured. So in this particular study, the SEM is utilized through a maximum likelihood estimation, which is simultaneous estimation as well as it is calculated once. And here we comes across with the earlier model fitness, and this model fitness after running the SEM is a good fit one. As the recommended values as well as the obtained values are clearly mentioned there. All my obtained values are equal or above the standardized value, so my model is good fit. So next is the testing of the hypothesis. There is no significant relationship between career planning and entrepreneurship. The estimated value, the standardized is 0.287, indicate the positive association. The standard error value is 0.058, signifies the high level of precision. The critical ratio of 4.865 shows the significant estimation of 95% confidence level. The result basically shows that the probability as by the asterisk sign, which means p-value is smaller, lesser than 0.05, that means there is a high chance of significant relationship between career planning and entrepreneurship, hence the alternate hypothesis is being accepted. The second one is again the result where it says that with these relationship and the confidence level has been 99%, the relationship between innovation and entrepreneurship is not coincidental, leading to the rejection of the null hypothesis. So I come across with the conclusion. The finding clearly indicates that there is a significant relationship between career planning and entrepreneurship, aligning with the conclusion drawn in the study of Khyanga and Murthy 2018. Furthermore, the acquisition of the skill relevant to one's chosen or desired career path impels the young generation to become expert in their respective field. The result of this study also revealed a robust connection between entrepreneurship and innovation. This observation aligned with the finding of this study, which demonstrate that entrepreneurship stimulates innovation by giving new rise to new products, services and processes. Collectively, these results furnish compelling evidence for the significance of career planning within the context of entrepreneurship. The recommendations are: युवा मतलब एक नई सोच, युवा मतलब एक नया नजरिया जो समाज के हर हिस्से को और सफलता की ओर ले जाता है. हाँ, ये हमारा रिकमेंडेशन है that it is crucial for the young individual to proactively express their interest in acquiring relevant and necessary skill. कुछ नहीं होगा अगर हम करते जाएंगे और दूसरी ओर से हमें कुछ भी इंटरेस्ट नहीं शो होगा। जरूरी है कि हम तो इन्वेस्टमेंट कर रहे हैं पर हम स्टूडेंट्स का भी इंटरेस्ट उसमें होना चाहिए। करियर प्लानिंग को ऐसा नहीं है, हमारी गवर्नमेंट ने भी स्टार्ट किया है। एनईपी जो उनका पहला स्टेज रहा है जिसमें कि ये उनकी ये सोच रही है कि स्किल को हम कैसे डेवलप करें और नीचे स्तर से ही बेसिक से इसकी स्टार्ट किया जा रहा है। यहाँ तक कि हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी जो इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन है, हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी में हम लोग डिसेबल्ड और एबल्ड स्टूडेंट्स को एक साथ एक ही क्लासरूम में पढ़ाते हैं। ये जो इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन की बात कल भी वहाँ उस प्लेटफॉर्म पे की गई थी, मैं आज भी इस प्लेटफॉर्म से करती हूँ कि एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप ठीक है, अपनी जगह है, इनोवेशंस हम कर रहे हैं, डेली कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उसके साथ कैरियर प्लानिंग की जो शुरुआत है वो हमें बेसिक स्तर से ही शुरू करनी पड़ेगी। और हम एज एन हायर लेवल एजुकेशन को चूंकि बिलोंग करते हैं तो ये हम सब टीचर्स का भी कर्तव्य कि इस स्किल को हमें डेवलप कराना है। एंड द लास्ट वन इज द लिमिटेशन एंड द फ्यूचर रिसर्च इज दैट आई हैव जस्ट फोकस्ड ऑन द यंग इंडिविजुअल बिटवीन दिस एज ग्रुप and the future study could expand to explore the additional factor like social capital, financial resources or domain specific knowledge. This study does not examine the impact of the environmental factor on the entrepreneurship industry. Thank you, ma'am.
Time is over. You have taken 2 more minutes. Because maximum time has been given 10. Maximum.
Thank you. Okay,
So,
sorry.
but anyway, this was a very basic things which you could have said, and that has appealed to the people also, I think.
Thank you.
So, if there is a very quick query, then you can ask. Otherwise, we can move to the another paper. So, shall we go for the another paper?
The next is Miss Sarita Kumari Singh. Her topic is exploring user experiences, assessing the usability and perceptions of AI-driven banking systems with chatbots.
A very warm morning to respected chairperson and co-chairperson and all the members present over here. Today I am going to present on the topic exploring user experiences, assessing the usability and perceptions of AI-driven banking systems with chatbots. Myself Sarita Kumari Singh, a research scholar from KIIT deemed to be university under the supervision of Jayant Kumar Parida sir. He is also the director of KIIT deemed to be university. So this is the outline of my presentation. So as said by George Westman, that when digital transformation is done right, it's like a caterpillar turning into a butterfly, but when done wrong, all you have is a really faster caterpillar. So if like my topic is on the introduction of chatbots in the banking system, and as you know that in today's world you cannot omit to go for the digital transformation. So that's why if it is not impactful and if the customers are not willingly using it, then it has no use. So into the introduction part, you can see how the digital transformation has led from 1980s to 2016, where AI and ML has its significant impact on the banking sector. So I will be not taking much time. Coming to the significance of the study, as you know, as I have already told, that in today's world you cannot work in any field, whether the banking sector being the financial sector of our India, it has a significant role in development of our country. So that's why it is very important to see whether the digital transformations which are happening in the banking sector are relevant for the customers or not, because primarily they are concerned about the customers. Coming to the literature review, I have done the literature review according to the different constructs which I have taken, so I will be not taking any time on this. So the objective of my study is to determine the behavioral intention of the customers towards the use of chatbots in their banking activities, as well as to assess the usability and user perceptions of AI-driven banking systems with chatbot integration. Here is the research methodology which I am going to use. My study is a quantitative research because I have used a Likert scale and I have quantified my thing into 1, 2, 3, 4. That's why it is a quantitative research, and I have used questionnaire method having 5-point Likert scale. my questionnaire has been collected as per the purposive sampling, because those who are aware about the chatbots and those who are using it, they have only filled the questionnaire. I have kept a question whether they are aware or whether they are using it or not. Those who were aware, they were only given the questionnaire, and those they were not, the questionnaires were withdrawn. My dependent variables are attitude toward chatbots, intention to use, and the independent variables are perceived customer support, perceived ease of use, perceived usefulness, trust, perceived risk, and personalized recommendations. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to draw your attention over here that I have used technology acceptance model. But under technology acceptance model, there are perceived ease of use and perceived usefulness is taken into account along with attitude and behavioral intention. But I have included two more constructs into this, that is the perceived customer support and personalized recommendations on the basis of the previous literature reviews which I have done. So I have seen that there is an impact, but there is very less number of studies which has been carried upon. And the another part was in with cumulation or with TAM, it was not done. So that's why it is a new thing which I have developed, a new model which I have taken. Although the questionnaire which I had taken is on the basis of the scales which are already prevalent on the different constructs. So I have used partial least square structural equation modeling SIM for the analysis part. And as all the models of my study are reflective in nature, so that's why I have done 4 types of tests. 2 are about the validity and 2 are about the reliability of the constructs. So this is the hypothesis has been checked upon by the path analysis, and I have checked also the global model fit. So this is the constructs which I have taken, and due literature review has been done, and the questionnaire has been given what questions I had asked to the participants, and from where I have taken those questions, that has also been given in the last column. You can see the authors from where I have taken the questions. So I'm not taking any time over here. So this is my conceptual framework which I have developed. As I already told that I have introduced new models, new constructs with TAM. So I have studied the impact of perceived customer support on attitude towards chatbots, and a mediating role of perceived ease of use on perceived usefulness of the chatbots and its impact on the attitude towards the using of chatbots. And I have also taken the impact of trust factor on the perceived risk of customers and its impact on attitude towards chatbot, and finally it is leading to the intention to use. But when an intention to use is being carried upon by using chatbot, as you know that chatbots are more prevalent, or why it is different from what was already there, it is giving you a personalized recommendation. Whatever you are asking, it is remembering what you have asked previously, and it is customizing its answers accordingly. So that's why it is a new thing. So my hypothesis has been developed accordingly. It has been already reflected. And these are my hypotheses, so I'm not taking time as it was already reflected in the conceptual framework. So this is how I have decided my sample size. I have used G star par to determine my sample size. So there were maximum 4 items for each construct. So the minimum sample size would have been 262, but I have taken 272 samples. So the minimum size was 262, I have taken 272. This is the demographical framework, and predominantly male have contributed more to the response, and more were graduates, and there were the income level were more from 10 lakhs to 20 lakhs, and majority were in the age group of 25 to 35. So coming to the common method bias, as I had already told that I have used 5-point Likert scale. So because I have used 5-point Likert scale, so the probability was that when I'm asking the same type of questions, people may answer randomly. So that's why I have done a common bias method test, and all the tests were below 3.3. So it is well below the given limit. So this is the results for my reliability and validity. I have checked the Cronbach alpha and composite reliability as well as ABE and the outer loadings for different factors. You can see for attitude I have taken 3 items, and it has been given that what are the loadings. That means how much it is describing the attitude towards the use of the chatbots. And after that the Cronbach alpha has been given, and the limits has been given in the second column, as you can see. So sorry, second row you can see it is more than 0.5 or less than 0.5 or 0.6 and 0.5 for ABE. So it is well satisfying the criteria. So I have moved ahead with the model fit, and the model. Actually, there were 2 items which were not fitting to the model, so I have removed that. So this is the discriminatory validity test which I have used for the correlation factor analysis. So I have used Forner-Lacker criterion, and which is saying that the attitude is getting impacted by the intention of use. And likewise, there is a negative correlation between perceived risk and attitude towards the use of the chatbots. Obviously, if somebody is thinking that it is risky to use chatbots, they will be feeling less comfortable to use it. So the attitude is getting impacted, and there is also a negative correlation between perceived usefulness and perceived risk. Coming to the structural model assessment, I have, as you can see, the R square and adjusted R square values has been given for the explanatory power. But why I have used SEM? Because generally if we use SPSS or any other thing, we can easily get the explanatory power. But predictive power only we can get by using SEM. That's why effect size has been given, F square, how each item is describing, how much it has the potential to describe each construct, that has been given by the F square values. And the model fit has been given by SRMR value, which is well less than 0.08, whatever the criteria is. So the model fit is good. This is the structural model results which has been given. So I have given the path coefficients and the t-test values as well as the p values and VIF values, that is the variance inflationary index factor which I have given. So they were more than, the VIF was less than 5, so the hypothesis were supported, and the p values also were less than 0.05. This is the result which I have shown in the total table. This is the result which has been depicted by using the SEM model. That is, this is the total structural model results which has been given. So as I told that SEM is used not only for our sample which we have taken, but it is also used for predicting the power of the model, whether it can work good enough with other sample size and in other time frame, other population. So that prediction has been given by the Q square predict, as you can see. So the value should be, if it is 0 or 0.025 or 0.50, depicts small, medium or large prediction capacities. So accordingly it has been given. So coming to the findings, the major findings of the study were that the effective customer support and user-friendly interface and perceived ease of use positively influences the attitude towards AI-driven banking chatbots. And as I told that, I have also taken a mediating role of perceived usefulness to perceived ease of use. So there was a well enough mediating factor, as well as you can see that the perceived risk negatively impacts the attitude towards the chatbot and intention to use the chatbots. These are the implications. By seeing this research, the AI developers can at least take steps to make the interface much easier for the customers without making it much fancy, going here and there. But if it will be making simple, in a simple terms it will be made, then it will be more helpful. It can also help the banking sector to be more competitive, so that they can design their chatbots accordingly, and what changes needs to be taken, they can be also looked upon. So this is the conclusion. My study is in accordance with the study which has been done with from Putra 2021. He's also having the same outcomes and conclusion, but my constructs or items which I have taken was something else. But he has also told that the attitude towards use of chatbots leads to the intention to use. So that's why it is in accordance with that. And future research scope is there, because I've taken a few constructs, more constructs can be added, and the study can be done in different parts. So thank you.
Thank you, Sarita and Paridasa. Now we have moved from career planning to chatbots. So that's very good, from one aspect to another. So if very quickly one inquiry can be made. Any questions? No. So we can move to another paper.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, initially I had announced the 10 papers that will be presented, and that time only the 5 presenters were there. So I would like to again repeat the or in order. That is another paper that Namita Kaushik. If she's there, you can raise the hand. Namita Kaushik, she's there. Second, GI. Atanu Manna, whether he is there. Please raise your hand if you are present.
Say yes.
Or say yes.
There you are.
No. Because we want there, it should not be that the chances are not given to you.
Time is very, very.
Yeah. Then another is Suresh Kumar case. Please raise your hand if you are there. Okay. Then Wanchu is over.
Yes, over.
Yes, the another paper is by Kenashri. She is there? Kenashri? Success stories and best practices of the women entrepreneurs. So I think the 10 papers which were selected, the time was also given and repeatedly also it was given. There should not be any, I think the another time even if you come late, that will not be allowed because there are many more presenters and they have also worked hard. So as per the order, again we will call the names. Thank you. And it should not, it will be given only 5 minutes. Okay, so that we can give more chances to more number of the paper presenter. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am. Is Mr. Roshan Zamir as there? Yeah. Mr. Roshan Zamir as his topic is shareholders' wealth is affected by the right issue through different models. So can you please be a little quick? Next, Miss Rakshita Jaiswal. Is she here? Ma'am, you are after him. Dr. Jianglu Dangmai. Sir, after Sir, Miss Rakshita Jaiswal is there, and after that, your name will be there. Dr. Anubhav Tiwari. Dr. Anubhav Tiwari. Professor Rajnikant Verma. They ready? Alright, so we are proceeding with these 3 papers. After that, we will be announcing the names. Thank you. Now, please, sir, please note you will be given maximum 5 minutes. You have to wind up within those time limit. Please, everybody, now whosoever names will be called, please note 5 minutes will be given now onwards. Thank you.
Hello.
Good morning, respected dignitaries and professors present here. The topic is shareholders' wealth and how it is impacted by the right issue. We know that there are many factors which is strongly is going to impact the shareholders' wealth. Among that, one is the corporate action. And among many corporate actions, one such major action is right issue. We know that this issue is going to make the shares for existing shareholders. Now, this study I have conducted based on secondary data. I have collected it from secondary different sources, websites and all. The different models which I have used, market model, market adjusted model, and capital asset pricing model, constant average model. By using these different 4 models, I have tried to analyze the impact of right issue on shareholders' wealth. The objective is very clear that to understand the impact of right issue on shareholders' wealth. There were many studies previously done on this topic. It was on different parameters and by considering some specific factors and all. Now this study what I have conducted, it is by selecting the 7 companies of BSE Sensex. The data has been collected in the span of 10 years from 2012 to 21. So these 7 companies I have selected and analyzed. The data what I have analyzed and interpreted, the conclusion is overall the impact of shareholders, it has got a positive after the announcement of the issue. Before it was there were some small variations overall, but the conclusion is the right issue has a positive impact on the shareholders' wealth. Though there was some variations, almost all the windows are statistically insignificant during pre and post announcement of the capital asset pricing model and the constant average models. But regarding the different days, it has got some slight variations. Pre-announcement of right issue, more than half of the CAR reported as a negative, especially with respect to the constant average model, whereas the CAPM model shows a positive CAR after the announcement. So this is in brief regarding the presentation, though there are much to discuss and explain, but briefly I have summarized. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak and present the paper.
Thank you. To keep the time, I think we'll go for the next presentation. Rashita Jaiswal.
Ms. Rakshita Jaiswal, her topic is a bibliometric review of venture capital and AI reflecting current trends and directions. After Ms. Rakshita, Dr. Jianglu Dangmai, your name is there, so please come forward.
पीपीटी का मत बोलो, पीपीटी प्रेजेंट करनी है।
Miss Sheetal Amol, are you here? Please be ready after sir.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity, and I would like to start. Okay. Business and entrepreneurs innovates ideas and products that require huge funds, and they lack sufficient fund to finance these projects. So they need outside funding, and VC is one such platform where they can get these kind of fundings. And Here are our objectives of bibliometric analysis, that to find out the trend of literature and documents available from 2009 to 2003, and in the field of VC and AI, because venture capitals can fund technological advancements, because in the we can see here that many high-tech startups have received venture capital funding, including current industry juggernauts like Apple, Computer, Microsoft, Lotus, and Genentech, that has been given by other literatures, which indicates that venture capital boosts innovation and technological advancement and ultimately contributing to economic growth. Also, it can have many directions, like how venture capital boosts AI, and how AI can be used to in decision making for venture capitalists. Next is our objective to find out the top contributing authors, institutions, and journals based on their citation and productions, to map out the connection between both domains, that is VC and AI, via network analysis. Then we can come to the methodology. This is our delimiting process. We have chosen two databases, that is Scopus and Web of Science. Then we have selected the keywords venture capital, venture financing, private equity, venture capital, private equity, startup financing, artificial intelligence, and ML. That's it. Then we have taken the document types, years, language, all the filters you can see. Then the final numbers of documentation which we received was from Scopus 37 and Web of Science 2140. Then for the analysis part, we have combined the both documents found from Scopus and Web of Science database, and then we have removed the duplicacy using bibliometrics package from our software. And then at last we received 2167 documentation, and for visualization we have used software BiblioShiny and WasViewer. This is the search syntax which we used for getting the documents. Now for analysis, we have obviously used bibliometric analysis, and we have used the software that has been already told, BiblioShiny and WasViewer. Now coming to the results, publication and citation trends, as we see that the figure distinctly delineates that annual publication in the fields have been on the rise, but had a significant burst from 2018, and since then it has been significantly rising. The number of publication has increased more than 15 times from 2009 to 2023. This can be indicated that VC and AI as a field of study are the topic of current interest. And we can also see that it has a continuous rise till 2021, which shows that the dominance of COVID-19, which has improved that digitalization area. Okay, so more work has been done in that year. After that, it has been declined. Now coming to the authors, we can see our top three authors are Wright M in the fields, Cummingly and Levi. But when we arrange them in the order of their H index, G index, the sequence changes and it becomes Wright M, Cummingly and Lerner J. Now, when we talk about the most influential journals, we have our top three journals, that is Small Business Economics with 7.4 impact factor, and International Journal of Forecasting with 7.9 impact factor, and Technological Forecasting and Social Change with impact factor of 12. Even though the impact factor of third journal is more, but the work in our field has been done with done from Small Business Economics journal more. Now, when we come to most productive countries and institutions, my colleague will follow the lead.
So our result shows that the USA has 19,018 citations with 77 articles published by the National Bureau of Economic Research. On the second spot is United Kingdom with 6,961 total citations and average citations of 20.40, and the university is University of California system. And on third rank there's Germany with 3,531 citations with average citations of 22.10, and the University of London is the third university. Coming to the next. So in author's keyword with at least for this analysis the filters we chose was the at least 5 occurrences, and the keywords were according to the authors. So the main keywords in this analysis we found were machine learning, venture capital, and entrepreneurship, private equity, forecasting. This was the main author's keyword according to the authors, and it was done in VOS viewer.
Please continue.
Sorry.
Time up.
Okay. Coming to the next analysis, that is co-authorship analysis.
Please give your findings.
In last, we have also done analysis of 3-field plot known as Sankey plot, which is showing the authors and their keywords and their country of origin. In conclusion, we can say that there is a positive growth in the number of papers of VC and AI, but there is still need of more and more papers, and the scholars can get help in getting what kinds of in which kind of fields they are interested in there, and which kinds of fields require more and more research. And I would like to conclude with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Rakshita. Next.
Dr. Jianglu Dangmai and Mr. Raj Maurya, their topic is entrepreneurial orientation and venture performance through innovation.
Here I would like to say that to the paper presenter that since the time is less, so you must focus on the objective, okay, methodology and the conclusion, and very brief. If you keep on explaining each and every aspect stepwise, the others will not get chance because time is too less. So you have to squeeze the time and manage the time so that the overall presentation can be made.
A very good morning to everyone who are present over here. I am Raj Maurya, research scholar, along with Dr. Jianglulal Dangmei, postdoc fellow,
Keep your mic a bit away.
and my guide, Dr. M. Sanjoy Singh. From the Department of Commerce, Indira Gandhi National Tribal University, Amarkantak, is going to present a paper on the topic Entrepreneurial Orientation and Venture Performance through Innovation. As we have seen many of the introductions, lastly many of the authors have explained about the entrepreneurship. We go with the addition with that, as we know that Madam has also explained about the entrepreneurship, that how the entrepreneurial skills and are present to manage the effective for the strategic wisdom. In related with that, our study have aimed to close the gap between two different aspects, which is connected areas for the venture performance as well as the entrepreneurial orientation. This is the theoretical background which we have gone through with the different literatures, where we have chosen entrepreneurial orientation, innovation and venture performance as a mediation model. For the analysis or for the overcome of our result, we have chosen Madhya Pradesh MSMEs. We have employed the structural equation model with the help of MOS software and SPSS. We have tested various MSMEs and we go through with the analysis. So these were the demographic characteristics which we have seen throughout our study, where the means the entrepreneurs who are present in the Madhya Pradesh, they were interested, maximally they were interested in the new business, as well as they have shown that how the innovation basically plays a mediation role into their startups, into their MSMEs. As this is the component matrix which is extracted into major 5 parts. The first one is innovation, the second one is challenges faced by the MSMEs, proactiveness, the third one is proactiveness, and fourth one is entrepreneurial orientation and venture performance. So this is the proposed model. With the proposed model, we have found that the experience, education, training, technology has an impact on the venture performance. This is the model fit, which shows the normal fit index with 0.904 and comparative fit index 0.913. It means that the model is fit for the further analysis. So going with this, as we can see from the figure that entrepreneurial orientation has an effect on the venture performance, but the characteristics of entrepreneurial orientation, which is innovativeness, challenging, which is taken by the MSMEs, and the proactiveness of the MSMEs entrepreneurs, have an effect on entrepreneurial orientation, and the orientation has an effect on the ventures performance. This is a model fit of an entrepreneurial orientation and the venture performance. And now this is the main part of my research, which shows that the innovation plays an mediation role in between the entrepreneurial orientation and venture performance. It means that we have to be innovative in our infrastructure, in our entrepreneurs, in our businesses. Overall, thinking about the entrepreneurs or the business, we have to go forward with the innovations and new technology driven society, so that we can easily be indulge into the market and have a performance growth of our ventures. So this is the model we have means got the output from the SCM model. And now overall we would be concluding that in this study it has shown that how the firm structure is basically involved the experience, education, training and technology, which has a big impact on the mediation of ventures. As the most important part of our study is the innovation, we have focused basically on the innovation, how the innovation plays the important role, which reveals that the entrepreneurial orientation has an effect on the ventures performance. So here what the practical implication of overall of our study, which shows that if all the MSMEs which is involved in the means Madhya Pradesh area region, if they have moved forward with the technology driven and the innovation, new innovation technology, then they would be successful and have a performance growth with their ventures, which is also shown in our study that the technological encouragement and support of the business executive should focus on the potential entrepreneurs' motivation and market orientation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So we can move on to another.
Next is Ms. Sheetal Amol. Yeah, her topic is assessing the awareness gap among Indian youth regarding government initiatives for startup development. Is Dr. Muhammad Alamgir present meanwhile? Mr. Baswaraj Prabhu, Dr. Tina Singh, Dr. G.K. Sinha, Mr. Varun Kumar Rai, Dr. Neeraj Shukla.
Dr. G.K. Sinha and other co-authors.
Sir, you are after her. So you are next. Mr. Varun Kumar Rai, Dr. Neeraj Shukla, Ms. Surbhi Suman, Mr. Japil Basumatre, Dr. Rajiv Singh, Mr. Ishant Kumar. Sir, you are after, sir.
A very good morning to one and all. My name is Dr. Sheetal Mandre. I am Assistant Professor at PG Department of Commerce, Srimati M.M. Shah Women's College of Arts and Commerce, Matunga, Mumbai. My topic is about assessing the awareness gap among Indian youth regarding government initiatives for startup development. So, India in last couple of years, or say, a few years, have become there's a rise of global startup, and India is definitely going ahead. And being a youthful country with a population of a large population of young talented minds, more than 65% of the Indian population is below about 35 years, and they can be completely used, or they can use the startup initiatives of the government to the largest level, and provide themselves with employment and get their livelihood. The Indian startup ecosystem revolves around a lot of important departments of the government and certain startup programs that they run. And it was observed that more than 4,000 startups have benefited with these programs since last few years, and more than 960 crores has been circulated or distributed through these various schemes. Talking about the objectives of the study, the first objective is to assess the current level of awareness among Indian youth regarding government initiatives for startup development, to investigate the influence of participation in startup related programs and events, and the formal education or training received by these at institutes on the level of awareness of these Indian youth, to explore the youth's interest in starting their own businesses or joining startups and their participation related programs and events, and of course to gather some valuable suggestions related to the topic. The methodology used for the study, the data collected was from both the sources, secondary data and primary data. Primary data specifically was collected from 120 respondents, the youth from Mumbai, 60 male and 60 female. They were divided into three age groups: 18 to 25, 26 to 30, and 31 to 35, equally 40, 40, 40. The sampling technique used for the study was simple random sampling. Data analysis was done through frequency analysis, cross-tabulation using SPSS, and hypothesis testing was done through Crystal-Wallace test and chi-square. There were 4 hypotheses for the study. The first hypothesis is there's no significant difference in awareness levels among Indian youth about government initiatives for startup development across different age groups. The cross-tabulation shows that there are maximum of 71.7% of the population, the youth, is really not informed about the awareness programs or the startup programs that the government runs, and there's hardly 7.7% who is aware about it. Crystal-Wallace test shows that the results of the Crystal-Wallace test are below 0.5, so the null hypothesis is rejected. The hypothesis 2 is there is no significant association between formal education or training received with regard to entrepreneurship and the level of awareness among the Indian youth about all these government initiatives or for startup development programs. The level of the formal education and training received from whoever has received the formal education or training. From among those, again, 71.7% of the respondents are not really aware about. And again, the chi-square test is below the 0.5 degree of significance, and the null hypothesis is rejected. The next hypothesis is there is no significant association between participation in startup related programs or events and the level of awareness among Indian youth. Again, here the hypothesis gets rejected. It means the null hypothesis gets rejected, which shows that there is a significant association between the participation in startup programs and the awareness among youth. The fourth hypothesis is there's no correlation between youth's interest in starting their own business or joining startups and the level of awareness about the government initiatives.
2 more minutes, you see.
Yeah. So the null hypothesis again gets rejected as the p-value is below 0.05, and that means it can be concluded here again that there is a relation between the youth's interest in entrepreneurship and the level of awareness that they have. So I would like to conclude that Indian youth is not significantly aware about various initiatives that are taken by the government with regard to startup development. They needs some kind of strategies, some kind of initiatives to create more awareness, especially through institutions like higher education institutions. Respondents neither did not receive any formal education or training from their respective organizations, nor did they have a significant association with the level of, nor do they have awareness regarding these government initiatives. The respondents' level of awareness about government initiatives regarding startup development is also closely related to the active participation that they have in startup-related events and their willingness towards starting their own enterprise. Indian youth needs awareness regarding various government initiatives with specifically regard to startup development. Educational institutions, NGOs and some of the government bodies can come forward, and of course the youth need to come forward and get the best of it. Yeah, and some of the suggestions that were provided by the respondents.
Time up, you see.
And references. Thank you.
So, thank you. Actually, if you go by the theme, we have touched upon the theme, and it's a very sorry state of affair that although the government has given lot of initiative and schemes, but with regard to the startup, but lack of initiative, lack of awareness. So, lot of work has to be done in this regard. So, I can again request to announce another paper presenter.
Dr. G.K. Sinha, Dr. Rajiv Singh. Title of the paper is Impact of Microfinance on Women Entrepreneurship in India. After Dr. G.K. Sinha, Mr. Ishant Kumar, is Mr. Gangadhara present? Then Kumar Ravi Ranjan, Ram Prakash Pandey. So you are after Ishant, sir.
Namaskar, respected chairperson, co-chairpersons, my gurus, all the delegates who have come from the different parts of India as well as abroad, सभी को सादर नमस्कार, अभिनंदन. My topic is impact of microfinance on women entrepreneurship in India. Before starting to elaborate this topic, first of all, I would like to say that why there is need to study this topic. The most important thing that through all topic, through all discussion, our only single aim is that to make the India as a developed economy. Now we are developing. For a long time, we are making efforts so that India may become the developed economy, developed country. But till now, we have not achieved that goal. What are the hurdles? What are the lacunas? What are the barriers? It is required to think and consider on all those barriers. मैं क्लास में अपने स्टूडेंट से बात करता हूं, मैं अपने गुरु से बात करता हूं, मैं डिस्कस करता हूं और मैंने कई एक्सपर्ट के व्यू को, ओपिनियन को पढ़ता हूं कि क्यों इट इज बीइंग लेड, क्यों व्हाई इट इज बीइंग डिले. to be the developed economy. कुछ अच्छी बातें भी हैं कि हम लोग 6th लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमी से 5th पर आ गए हैं. हम लोगों ने फ्रांस को क्रॉस किया है, अभी आगे हमको जापान को क्रॉस करना है, देन आफ्टर सिंगापुर, देन चाइना, देन अमेरिका. और अभी मोदी साहब की स्पीच को मैं सुन रहा था, या एक फोरकास्टिंग में पढ़ रहा था, उसमें था कि 75 टिल 2075 इंडिया विल बिकम द डेवलप्ड इकोनॉमी. वो अमेरिका को क्रॉस करके 2075 तक वो डेवलप इकोनॉमी हो जाएगा. अभी एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम साहब को भी हम लोगों ने थोड़ा सुन के आया था विजन 2020. उसमें उन्होंने मेंशन किया था कि इंडिया 2020 तक एक डेवलप इकोनॉमी हो जाएगी. बट नाउ 2023 इज गोइंग ऑन. तो क्या कारण है कि इतने सारे एफर्ट, इतने सारे एक्सपर्ट, इतने सारे स्कॉलर, इतने सारे विद्वान के होने के बावजूद भी ये फ्लक्चुएशन आ रहा है? क्यों हम डे बाय डे अपने गोल को एक्सटेंड करते जा रहे हैं, आगे बढ़ाते जा रहे हैं? जहां तक हमने सभी से डिस्कस किया और मेरा खुद का पर्सनल जो कंसिडरेशन है, सोच है, थॉट्स है कि इसमें सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट रोल हो सकता है हम अपने गोल को क्विक अचीव करने का वीमेन. आज भी हमारे देश में आधी आबादी वीमेन है. आज भी देखिए कहीं भी इलेक्शन होता है तो वीमेन पर फोकस किया जाता है. क्यों? रीजन इज दैट अभी भी वीमेन का उतना साथ नहीं मिल रहा है जितना मिलना चाहिए. आधी आबादी वीमेन है, उसमें से अराउंड 80% वीमेन अभी भी उनको वो सारी फैसिलिटीज नहीं मिल पाई है जिसके कारण हमारा गोल अचीव नहीं हो पा रहा है. तो मेरे स्टडी का जो मेन टॉपिक है, इसीलिए मैंने ये टॉपिक को सिलेक्ट किया है कि इम्पैक्ट ऑफ माइक्रो फाइनेंस ऑन द वीमेन एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप इंडिया. क्योंकि जो भी वीमेन है उसकी मोस्ट ऑफ द पॉपुलेशन आज भी गांवों में रहती है. तो वीमेन जो विलेज में रहती है, अगर उनको माइक्रो फाइनेंस सेल्फ हेल्पिंग ग्रुप के थ्रू अगर वो फाइनेंशियल फैसिलिटी दिया जाए, क्योंकि वीमेन में कोई कमी नहीं है, बस उनको इंकरेज करने की जरूरत है. उनको वो सारे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोवाइड करने की फैसिलिटी है. अगर ये सारी फैसिलिटीज उनको मिल जाए, उनको वो प्लेटफॉर्म मिल जाए, तो हम डेवलप्ड इकोनॉमी जो 2075 का टारगेट है उससे पहले भी हम अचीव कर सकते हैं. अदरवाइज जहां तक मैं समझता हूं कि आप जितने भी गोल बना लें, हम अपने गोल को एक्सटेंड ही करते जाएंगे, वो गोल हमारा क्विक अचीव नहीं हो पाएगा. तो वीमेन का क्या रोल होगा? इम्पैक्ट ऑफ वीमेन माइक्रो फाइनेंस ऑन द वीमेन एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप इंडिया. तो पहले मैं इसमें गिना दूं कि क्या क्या ये कुछ फाइनेंशियल डेटा है मेरे सामने, जिसमें जो सेल्फ हेल्पिंग ग्रुप ने वीमेन को सपोर्ट किया है, जिनके कारण उनकी सेविंग बढ़ी है. जैसे 2016 टू 2021-22 का डेटा मेरे पास अवेलेबल है, जिसमें रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा है कि 2016-17 में जहां नंबर ऑफ सेल्फ हेल्पिंग ग्रुप 85.36% थे, अब ये बढ़कर 2020-21-22 तक 87.45 हो गए हैं. और जहां 2016-17 में ये अमाउंट वीमेन द्वारा जो सेविंग की गई थी 88.64% थे, अब ये बढ़कर 89.13 हो गई है. वहीं अगर लोन देने की बात किया जाए सेल्फ हेल्पिंग ग्रुप के थ्रू, तो ये भी 2016-17 टू 2021-22 का डेटा मेरे पास है, जो इंडिकेट करता है कि नंबर ऑफ जो सेल्फ हेल्पिंग ग्रुप जो अवेलेबल थे 90.42% थे, अब इनकी संख्या बढ़कर 2021-22 तक 92.70 तक हुई है. और यही जो लोन उन्होंने अमाउंट डिस्ट्रीब्यूट 2016-17 में 93.09% था, अब ये बढ़कर 94.07% हुआ है. तो अगर आप देखेंगे इन डेटा के थ्रू, ओके, तो डेटा के थ्रू अगर आप देखेंगे तो गवर्नमेंट के एफर्ट्स के थ्रू ये फाइनेंशियल जो इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, चाहे वो रीजनल रूरल बैंक हो, कोऑपरेटिव बैंक हो, कमर्शियल बैंक हो, या जो भी इंडस्ट्रियल्स बैंक हो, सभी सपोर्ट तो कर रही हैं. लेकिन अभी भी जो फाइनेंस उनको मिलना चाहिए, जो उनको फाइनेंशियल फैसिलिटीज मिलना चाहिए, वो अभी उतने नहीं है. अभी काफी कंट्रीब्यूशन, काफी एफर्ट्स के बाद पार्लियामेंट में 33% रिजर्वेशन पास हुआ है. क्या वो 33%? व्हाई नॉट 50%? तो अभी भी एक विचार की बात है. तो ओके. So last but not the least, I would like to say only is that as far as myself, Dr. Santosh Kumar is concerned, I think that till not we will support, we will encourage, we will provide the infrastructure facilities to the women, our country, India will not be the developed So there is need to focus more and more to the women. Thank you, and thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you. Please announce.
Mr. Ishant Kumar, his topic is exploring the nexus of entrepreneurial orientation, a bibliometric odyssey. Next after Mr. Ishant is Mr. Ram Prakash Pandey. Sir, are you here? Please come forward. Dr. Pranesh Devnath, is he here? Miss Nisha Saha. Then Dr. Rajiv Kaur. Ma'am, you are after him. Then Mrs. Kandgal Basappa Sunita. Dr. Manish Kumar. Dr. Manisha Verma. Co-author of Professor Rajnikant. Yeah. So you will be on 4th number, right?
So, good morning everyone, esteemed panelists, faculty members and my fellow scholars. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity. My name is Ishant Kumar, research scholar at Guru Gobind Singh Indrapath University. Along with my supervisor, Professor Vijay Singh Agarwal, we have written a paper titled Exploring the Nexus of Entrepreneurial Orientation, a Bibliometric Odyssey. Before diving into our research, I would like to reflect some compelling facts. Yesterday I was listening to, in the inaugural session, that Professor Sarvade sir, President of Indian Commerce Association, was highlighting the importance of entrepreneurship, startups, and how the entrepreneurship is the only solution to take our country forward, and how can we meet the target of $30 trillion developed economy by 2047. So there is need to build entrepreneurs and startups. Even PM Modi declared 16 Jan as National Startup Day. He said that our startups are changing the rules of the game. I believe that the startups are going to be the backbone of the new India. India has become the third largest startup ecosystem in the world. We are just behind US and China. India has more than 1 lakh startups recognized by DPIIT, with at least 14,000 have been recognized during the fiscal year 2022 as per the Economic Survey report of 21-22. So we have a good number of startups and the pace is also very nice. So what's the problem behind this? Problem kahan aa rahi hai? Problem is, well, digging into the more details, I found out that the 90% of the Indian startups fails in the first 5 years of operation, according to a survey report conducted by IBM Institute of Business Values and Oxford Economics. If we compare it with the rest of the world, it barely 50%. So scholars in the field of strategic management and entrepreneurship have considered entrepreneurial orientation as a key determinant for the organizational success. This highlights the importance of the construct. So first, we have entrepreneurial orientation. Entrepreneurial orientation is both a cultural mindset and a strategic approach. It's a crucial concept in entrepreneurship, serving as a cultural mindset and a strategic approach. It empowers organizations to proactively seek and capitalize on new business opportunities. We have 5 dimensions for entrepreneurial orientation, which includes innovativeness, proactiveness, risk-taking, autonomy, competitive aggressiveness. Next, then they need to have a bibliometric technique, or we can say the objectives of the study are as follows: to identify the key contributors, to trace the evolving trend present in the market. Next, to strategically plan which construct or which dimension is need for India specifically. Next, for the methodology part, we have done a systematic approach. We have done systematic and rigorous bibliometric approach to compile, evaluate, and analyze scholarly articles focusing on entrepreneurial orientation. For citation analysis, we have used Boswell framework, and we have used for visualizing scientific landscape given by Van Eyck and Walter in 2010. For data sources, we have used Scopus database, known for its coverage, and others for quality research. Over 70 million scientific articles have been published there. For search strategy, we have considered only A staff and B category journals as per ABDC list, which ensures the high quality research have been included in our research. For the inclusion criteria, we have we have used only empirical studies and the studies which have been published from 1987 to 2013, 2023, sorry, in English, which doesn't include non-peer review. Okay. Then for analyzing tools, we have used WatchSphere and RStudio. Here are the results. First, we have the growing trend. From the 1987 to 1988, there is a minimal activity, as you can see in the graph. Then there is from 2010, there is a notable difference, a turning point in our research, which 55 articles have been published. Then in 2022-23, we have a quick rise in the number of articles. Next, we have a most relevant journals in the EO research. For the most important journals, we have Journal of Business Research, International Journal of Business Behavior, then Industrial Marketing Management. Next, we have most relevant articles in EO research. The most relevant article is Lumpkin and Das in 1996, which has 55 to 72 citations, then followed by Wickland in 2003, which has 666 citations. Next, we have the most relevant this is same with the graphical presentation, that's all.
Please come to the conclusion. Already taken more than 6 minutes.
Can I explain this thematic map?
Yes.
Can I explain this thematic map?
But in a very brief way.
Yeah.
If you want
Yes,
that.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
But don't take more than 1 minute.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So here is the thematic map. The whole idea of bibliometric is to identify the trends or the themes which are present in the market, and to whom we need to focus on. There's a theme we identified is technology transfer, entrepreneurial universities, industrial performance, SMEs, investments, project management, and financial processing data. For the conclusion, we have used Scopus database, which has a good number of papers for enrich the study, and there is a growing number of papers annually, signifies the enduring relevance and increasing interest in the entrepreneurial studies, reflect the sustainable and exploration in the field of entrepreneurship. Thematic analysis, we have find out that the innovation, competition, and sustainable development are the key themes in the bibliometric analysis. Identify the contributors as cross, and Hughes, Wales, Covens are the pivot roles in the entrepreneurial study. For network diagram, we have highlighted that the knowledge is disseminated among researchers globally. And for future avenues, co-occurrence network analysis revealed the association between the EO and the key concept, suggesting promising future directions in the EO research. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
These are the references we have.
Although lot of study you have done, we could understand. But due to lack of time, we have to do the justice. So we can. Yes. Yes.
Mr. Ram Prakash Pandey.
Diplomatic review on the business
After
angle
that,
research.
Dr. Rajiv Kaur and Professor Neetu Dabas. And after Professor Rajiv Kaur and Neetu Dabas, there is Professor Manisha Verma.
A very good morning to all. Myself Ram Prakash Pandey, Faculty of Commerce Management University, is going to present my paper, which is based on angel investment. Directly jump my introduction part. In India, mainly 4 types of entrepreneurial finance is famous now. First, venture capital. Second is angel investment. Third is crowdfunding, and another is the introduction research. In this case, I have taken angel investment, which is current part of venture capitalist. Venture capital means risk capital, risky investment in which no chance of return or it may be in case of default. At that case, it's seen that business angels are the high net worth individuals, typically former entrepreneurs, professionals who invest their personal money in providing business in exchange for ownership, equity, working alone or through semi-formal networks. I search Scopus database to search that any paper is written in this area or not. Mainly, I have found that total on this keywords: business angels, angel investment, angel finance or angel fund, and bibliometric or review. In these keywords, I find that only 103 documents came after search. So I shortlisted the article after checking the title of each document. Only 11 relevant documents came in this document. This is the 11 documents. My research question is based on mainly 4 areas. First is what is the publication trend of business angel research. Second, where can I find business angels on most influential publications. Third is who are the most active contributors in business angel research. And fourth is what can be learned about business angels. And last is which is based on conclusion part. Methodology: the search for publication for the review began to data collected from 2001 to 2022, 22 years, and was led by a 5-stage search method. Search method is mentioned here. Database extraction procedure: first step is extraction, in which find search keywords for business angel, angel investment, angel finance, and angel fund. Then after second step is year filtration. After filtration, I have filtered 85 articles and remain article go for next step 539 articles. Then I go for scholarly filtration and I select journals and final journals. Then after I go for subject filtration. I remove 35 articles. Then I go for language filtration and remove 19 articles. Finally, I got 483 articles after cleaning and data procedure. This is the Prisma analysis, which go by step. First step is bibliometric, then Prisma, then meta-analysis. It is the Prisma analysis by which we based on my literature. I got 443 literature. Then after I also screened in this category record excluded on the basis of title and abstract. And in this category 389 articles have been excluded and 94 articles have been inclusion in this criteria. Record excluded based on full text. I have excluded 62 articles on the basis of full text. Full paper assessment for eligibility was 32, and after I have got lack of clarity, not relevancy, inaccessibility and low quality, so I finally select 15 articles and I have done literature on this basis. This is my step-by-step analysis procedure where I got descriptive analysis, publication trend, publication outlet, publication performance, and leading authors, leading organization, leading countries and others. And this is based on SLR on the basis of Prisma analysis. Here the descriptive analysis through biblioshiny, or I found that year of publication 2001 to 2022 and different description. This shows publication trend in business angel research. Business angels have both in 2029 and 2022 is seen that it has highly growing in this respect areas. Then contributing journals for business angel research. Venture capital is the first journal which is mainly got 97 articles and its ABDC rank is B, and impact factor is 3.531, which is Q1 rating, and in this category I got its first rank. Second, small business economics. Third, journal of business venturing. Fourth, entrepreneurship theory and practice. Fifth is entrepreneurship and regional development. All are high quality journals with ABDC category A star, A or B, or SJR rank Q1, Q2, Q3 and others. Most cited articles on this area is global investment. Next, top contributing authors on business angel research. I have got University of Edinburgh. Edinburgh, Scotland is the best category in this area and they have written many articles. Top institution is business angel research. University of Strathclyde, University of Glasgow, University of University of New Hampshire is got first, second, and third position in this area, business angel. Countries specific performance. USA has got many citations and many articles have been published in this country. Most cited countries in BS research. USA also got total citation 4,029, United Kingdom and Canada and Germany. What cloud of authors keyword? Authors keyword shows that business angel is centralized part in this keyword. Then after venture capital, then somewhere is crowdfunding and entrepreneurial finance. Top keywords was business angels, venture capital, entrepreneurship and angel investor. Conclusion, we believe that even though a significant amount of literature is present on business angels research, the field deficit in bibliometric and SRR study. The present study identified 483 research publications for the period ranging from 2001 to 2022. At this juncture, the analysis highlights the most impactful authors from this area. This study has certain limitations because this study based on Scopus, other sources also available, was viewer and
Okay,
View of
your
Science.
conclusion is going to be also 2 lines.
Thank you.
Conclusion should be 1 line and 2 line when we have been given 5 minutes time. I would like to, like you have quoted the numbers and all. What was the time period when did you do this? Have you mentioned that? What
Yes,
was the time
2001 to 2022.
2001 to 2020
time period.
Okay, you could have said that is what is the position of India. Of course you have said, but that is more important for us when we go for this kind of study. Okay, thank you. Let's proceed.
Yeah, next is Dr. Rajiv Kaur and Professor Neetu Dabas, and their topic is inclusive growth with women entrepreneurs. After that, we have Dr. Manisha Verma. Is Miss Aisha Alim here? Miss Aisha Alim. Then Dr. Shalini Chotrani. Is she here? Your good name, sir? Okay, so you are next. And Mr. Daryal Polta Anal. Sir, you are after this. And Mr. Hardik. Mr. Hardik. Dr. Deepa Banerjee. Yes.
Any presenter is there?
All these names, please come to the first or second line so that we'll be really quick. Thank you. Co-authors, sorry ma'am. Co-authors are also requested to be there along with their authors. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman for the technical session and Co-Chairman for the technical session, and my dear friends. Topic of presentation is inclusive growth with women entrepreneurs, a case study of Indian MSMEs. Now, India saw a shift on the economic front when women realized their potential and started becoming entrepreneurs and entering the job markets. When decided to make a mark as job making entrepreneurs, a revolution started, and MSEs are playing a very crucial role in inclusive industrial and entrepreneurial growth. Government is also offering many incentives to women entrepreneurs, but society is also required to support them for their endeavors. So in this study, the objectives are to provide a comprehensive overview of the percentage of women-owned MSMEs, to examine the sectors in which the women entrepreneurs are involved and the geographical distribution across India. And the third is to evaluate the effectiveness of government policies and initiatives aimed at promoting women's entrepreneurship in MSMEs. The methodology followed for the study. So data about the women entrepreneurs as given in the MSME's annual report that was taken. So the study is based on the secondary sources. And the data was, the time period for the study is from 2017-18 to 2022-23. And secondary data is gathered from the annual reports. And simple statistical tools were used. Simple means simple percentages, and the data was processed through MS Excel. So these are the results. So table 1, it is showing women beneficiaries in micro enterprises project, and these are under Pradhan Mantri Employment Generation Program, and the data is in numbers. So we can see that the proportion of women entrepreneurs is increasing over a period of time. In 1920, it has declined, and the reason could be the COVID, and it is increasing. So women are also entering into medium, small and micro enterprises. Then this is gender-based distribution in 18 states, and male, female share is also given in this table. So we can see that the highest share of the states having the higher share is West Bengal and Uttar Pradesh, but it can also be observed that in Uttar Pradesh the share of women entrepreneurs is only 9%. So in spite of having so much contribution in the out of all the states, but this the situation of women is not very good. Then table 3, it is showing the distribution of enterprises in rural and urban areas. Again, we can see males are dominating both in rural and urban areas. The contribution of female in rural areas is 22% only, and in urban areas it is 18%. So rural women are coming forward more than the urban women. Then MSME's distribution as per micro, small and medium enterprises. Again, males are dominating. In micro enterprises, their share is 80%, and females are having only 20%. And in small enterprises, 95%, women is only 5%. And medium, again, males are dominating. So in all the micro, small and medium enterprises, again, women are lagging behind. So we are required to put the government and the society, the family, all should support the women so their contribution can also be increased. Now coming to the conclusions, so as we've seen in the table 1, more and more women are moving towards entrepreneurship because over a period of time from 17-18 to 22-23, their share is increasing. And maximum proprietary MSMEs are West Bengal, they are dominating West Bengal and Uttar Pradesh, but in Uttar Pradesh only 9% women are having their share in entrepreneurship. And women are in villages are taking up entrepreneurship as compared to urban areas. The reason could be in urban areas the women are more towards in the service sector, they are in jobs. So gap between male and female proprietary MSMEs is very wide, both in villages and cities if we compare gender wise. And the women entrepreneurs, they are having the highest proportion in case of the micro enterprises and small in case of and smallest in case of medium enterprises. In small enterprises, their share is only 5.26%. So these are my suggestions. So support should be given not only in providing women with vocational training, but managerial skills development, fundraising, and how to manage the finances is also needed. They need help in managing the finances also. So workshops like capacity building are not enough, but the confidence building, enhancing decision-making power and parity in every field, these also need immediate attention for the women. So family and society should also come forward to build their confidence and to help them. And role of media to propagate the success stories of females and the obstacles that the women entrepreneurs are facing, that should also be taken into account. And private players, they should also come forward to support all the endeavors of the women.
So please conclude. Thank you.
Next is Dr. Manisha Verma. After Dr. Manisha Verma, Mr. Guru Daman Srivastav sir, you are there. Is Mr. Dayal Folta Anal here? Sir, you are next. You are after Mr. Guru. You are next. So please come forward. Mr. Hardik Goradia. Sir, you are on third number now. And Dr. Deepa Banerjee. You are fourth number.
हेलो हेलो मैं कहाँ हुआ वो और करके आज साइड पकड़ दिए नहीं तो उनको अभी कर देंगे एक को साइन कर देंगे
Good morning to all. My topic for today is exploring sustainable business venture or a bibliometric mapping for green entrepreneurship, organized by Department of Commerce in association with OP Jindal Global University. Outline of the presentation is introduction, literature review, research gap, objectives, research methodology, results and conclusion, last but not the least, limitations. Introduction. Many businesses have persisted in adhering to the conventional profit maximization practices over societal benefit, which is no doubt detrimental to the society well-being. There is a limited body of research addressing the concept of green entrepreneurship, which is a sustainable initiative over these conventional practices both at the global and local level. This is a literature review. Greenwashing and green entrepreneurship. Objectives of these studies are to analyze the global trend in green entrepreneurs, to see the countries' collaboration, keywords analysis of the authors, to find most cited countries, top affiliated universities and the top journals. The research gap. Few literature evaluation at the micro level that concentrate on a green entrepreneurship can be accessed. Neither no exhaustive evaluation has been yet discovered in a scientific manner. Though there have been a few prior studies and reviews which primarily concentrated on manual review, lacked in that comprehensive perspective and adopted a single approach. Consequently, a significant research gap exists owing to the lack of thorough reviews of the study in this sector. So this study stands apart from a previous research in the following manner. This study undertakes extensive literature on green entrepreneurship. Instead of conventional literature review method employed in our previous studies, this paper utilized countries' collaboration and keyword analysis, yearly trend, most cited countries. Last, the top affiliated universities with the top journals to capture the breadth of the research. Research methodology. Tool selection. The bibliometric method first proposed by to pinpoint the main theme and the trends in the literature that has been used to achieve the objectives of this paper, of this study. In order to create a systematic, transparent and reproducible review process and to improve the review quality, bibliometric techniques has been used and highlighted. The data collection. The Web of Science and Scopus database were utilized for this research with complete method of inclusion to carried out to search phrase like green entrepreneurship, green entrepreneur and green or green entrepreneurs. The final document were 441 papers and again data was defined with the articles and review paper and limiting it to English language it came down to 360 documents. The publication that were found were later retrieved as a text and BibTeX file with the complete records and cited sources that were merged with the help of RStudio and duplicates were found. After deleting 125 duplicate files, the final documents were 233. Results. Research on carbon emission trend worldwide. This is the carbon emission worldwide trend, the annual scientific publication, which was basically highest in 2022. Countries collaboration. The largest collaboration from China to Pakistan with the frequency 12, followed by the Malaysia to Saudi Arabia. Later on, the Pakistan to the Saudi Arabia and so on. Most influential journals. The most relevant journals are Sustainability with 31 published articles, Journal of Cleaner Production with 16 articles, followed by the Environmental Footprint and Eco Design of the Product 18 articles and so on. The keyword co-occurrence. In this section, we will delve into the content through an examination of the keyword distribution, focusing on the co-occurrence network map of keywords. Figure A shows the keyword co-occurrence network which was crafted utilizing WordSphere software. The linkage between the two keywords signifies their joint occurrence. The thickness of the line corresponds to the frequency of their co-occurrence. Nodes are nodes sharing the same color from the cluster. These are the most cited countries. The top 10 most cited countries are UK, China, Greece, France, Germany, USA, India, Pakistan, Iran and Bosnia with the total citation and the average article citation given in the table. Results and conclusion. It was discovered throughout the study that there is a vacuum of research in this area that clearly explain the development of the field of the contemporary green entrepreneur. Consequently, we contend that there remains a substantial requirement for comprehensive clarification of fundamental concepts to facilitate the advance of green entrepreneur. Moreover, it is evident that notions such as innovation, management, firm performance, impact entrepreneur, business sustainability, climate change all exhibit a need for a further elucidation. Our findings reveal a notable uptick in research momentum in this area. This observation is substantiated by the data indicated an average citation rate of 9.8% in 2007, followed by the consistent annual growth starting from 2016 onwards. The outcome derived from the co-occurrence network analysis defines 5 prevailing subjects which were classified based on a minimum frequency of 2 words and the number of words per year, that were green entrepreneur emerges as the predominant topic, displaying the highest frequency trailed by the innovation, sustainability, performance and business. Last, the China collaboration prominence and the notable affiliation contribution to the field have been also identified. While India ranking in number 10 with 96 citations, the top 3 nations by the number of citations are UK, China and Greece, which account for 1511 of 2481 total global citation. Limitations. First, this research relied entirely on the data from Web of Science's Scopus core collection, which might not include all other relevant publications. Although a lot of scholars utilize the Web of Science's Scopus database, its completeness cannot be guaranteed. The data was only gathered from academic journals, which could not have prevented the inclusion of pertinent research on green entrepreneurs from source other than the academic publication. Additionally, because the data from the Web of Science and Scopus are filtered based on the title, study that did not specifically included green entrepreneur in the names were disregarded. Thank you.
Thank you, Manisha.
Next is Mr. Guru Daman Srivastav along with Dr. Shalini Chautrani. Mr. Dayal Folta, please be ready, sir. You are next. After that, Mr. Hardik Goradia. And after that, Dr. Deepa Banerjee.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Guru Daman Srivastav and I am from the Department of Commerce, Dr. Hari Singh Gaur University, Sagar, Madhya Pradesh. And I would like to present the topic for today, my topic for today, which is prospects and challenges of adopting digital content marketing on the marketing performance of Indian startups. This paper I have made it along with the supervision of Dr. Shalini Chautrani. So here are the few important points that I will be discussing in my paper, and I'll try my best to go quickly through all of them in the short span of time. Firstly, I would like to talk a little about the Indian startup ecosystem. We all are very well aware of what startup means, so I will move to explaining a little bit of data revolving around Indian startups. So as of 2023, there are more than 68,000 startups in India which are launched, and some major challenges that these startups face is that the market is very unorganized here. The market concerning any sort of sector is very unorganized. And nextly, the increasing rate of startups in India is getting attention by the government as well, in the form of incubation centers and government initiatives. And next, I would like to talk a little bit about digital content marketing. So for some of you, this might be a little bit new concept. We all have heard what digital marketing is, but digital content marketing is slightly different from digital marketing. And the reason it's different is because it's a form of inbound marketing, which means that the consumer or the customer actually approaches or reaches the medium itself, and the advertisement does not reaches the consumer in this case. And this is done by providing value to the consumer in form of digital content, which can range from videos to text and to audios. Now a little bit of data about that. The pandemic has increased the overall content consumption by 207%, and that is very obvious since we all were at our homes and we were consuming a lot of content during that time. And this has raised the relevance of this entire marketing strategy. Next, there has been a 94% higher engagement. This is also, I'm talking about after the COVID, so 94% increase has been observed in the content consumption. 73% of Indian brands have the intention to increase their content marketing budgets. So this reflects the importance or the significance that content marketing is gaining throughout the time. Now, my study focuses on these three major research questions, which include what are the parameters that are required to identify the content marketing needs of startups. The next one is the challenges which is faced by new startups while implementing digital content marketing strategies. And the third one is a more positive or solution oriented question, which is how startups can develop a successful content marketing strategy. So I would like to start with the factors that might be necessary to identify what kind of content marketing strategy you might need. The first one is definitely obviously nature of business. That means the kind of business that directly affects what kind of content you will be choosing to project. The next is target customer, your demographics and related factors of your consumers are also a very key ingredient which needs to be considered while forming a content marketing strategy. Next is obviously the marketing budget. You can definitely create a very good quality content, but it definitely requires a lot of resources, financial resources. So you have to have a very good balance between a quality content and also a cost effective one. And next one is marketing expertise. This is also one of the key issues because when we talk about startups, they are very new into their business and they do not have, we can assume that they do not have a lot of marketing expertise in the beginning duration of their marketing endeavors. Now, next question that I addressed was what are the challenges that is faced by new startups. The first one is definitely budget constraint. Next is lack of dedicated marketing team. Since we are low on resources as a emerging business, definitely they do not have the required budget to appoint a dedicated marketing team. The next is lack of technical proficiency. Many startups in India lack many individuals, entrepreneurs lack technical knowledge which is required to create content and deliver it. And next one is lack of marketing knowledge, followed by success of content marketing campaign is hard to predict. This does not implies only to content marketing. It's like a universal thing in marketing that the success you can definitely ensure it by providing quality and your time and energy, but the success is not guaranteed in any case. So these are some challenges which can surround the young entrepreneurs while adopting content marketing strategy. Yes, ma'am. I'll move to the conclusion part now. So conclusion, this basically now the challenges are the lack of marketing expertise, unorganized Indian market. This is one another issue that surrounds the startups. That is, the Indian market is so unorganized that doing a marketing research does not guarantee a lot of positive outcome out of it. The next one is the solution. So the first one is emphasizing on the marketing development, and that is basically educating the entrepreneurs.
Please conclude.
Yes. I'd like to just give a last point, which is integration of marketing strategy. Though content marketing is new concept and it has been proven that it works, but there is no rule that you only have to adopt simply that. You can incorporate it with your existing digital content marketing strategies to ensure maximum outcome out of your strategy. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Your paper actually was on the Indian startups,
yes,
and the very relevant topic was there. Very few papers are there, no doubt, but then repeatedly you have the same points we have been repeating in many. When the
Yes,
challenges, then conclusion. So when the time is given less, I think you should do justice with the time,
Yeah, sure,
and accordingly manage.
I'll keep that in mind.
But then paper was good in there because very few papers were there on the startup I have seen. And entrepreneurs, problems of the women, there are many papers. But on the startup, there are very few papers. Now with that, I think we'll proceed for the analysis.
Next, Mr. Daryal Folta Anal. After that, Mr. Hardik. After that, Dr. Deepa Banerjee. After that, is Ms. Navjot Kaur here? You are after that, ma'am. And Dr. Sneha Chaurasia. Is she here? Dr. Sneha Chaurasia? Alright. So, Navjot ma'am, till that, after that, we'll be announcing the names.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Daryal from a research scholar from Manipur University. My topic is influence of entrepreneurship education on entrepreneurial intention. Entrepreneurship is regarded as one of the methods for generating money and job possibilities. But in Manipur, even though hundreds of students graduate every year, very less number of students prefer to start their own business and opt for public employment or private companies. So in order to entrepreneurship education is crucial for influencing the students for improving their entrepreneurial intentions. So this study will study the influence of entrepreneurship education. The study was carried out among the 130 master students residing in Manipur University campus. The objectives of my study is to analyze the level of entrepreneurial intention amongst different groups of students and to ascertain the influence of entrepreneurship education on entrepreneurial intention. And the hypothesis of my studies are there is no significant difference in the level of entrepreneurial intention among the different groups of the students, and entrepreneurship education does not significantly predict entrepreneurial intention. For the first hypothesis, independent sample t-test and ANOVA, one-way ANOVA was used. In the independent sample t-test, even though the mean of male was slightly higher, there was no significant difference between the entrepreneurial intention of male and female. And among the different groups of students, none of the groups have significant difference except for category. And for the second hypothesis, regression was used, and correlation and regression was used. The correlation was, they were all significantly correlated, but they were significantly related, but the correlation was very weak. And for the regression, the entrepreneurial education had a significant, the entrepreneurial education significantly predicted the entrepreneurial intention. And as we can see from the value of our adjusted R-square, the independent variable predicted 12% or explained the variation 12.5% of the variation in the dependent variable. And additionally, coefficients were further assessed to ascertain the influence of the factors, and we can see that only university support had significant and positive impact on entrepreneurial intention. And the conclusion, the main objective of the study was to the influence of entrepreneurship education on entrepreneurial intention. University support is the entrepreneurship education factor that had the most powerful and significant impact on the dependent variable. Therefore, in order to encourage and grow the number of entrepreneurs in the future, the university needs to make changes to its curriculum and environment. The results of earlier studies have also been erratic. Therefore, the outcome of this study may also depend on the population being studied, and other variables may also be studied to to shed more light on the entrepreneurial intention. Thank you.
You are the single author or there are
No,
co-authors
like
also?
3 more authors or 2 more authors.
They do mention that you have not mentioned the name here and it should be mentioned. No,
Sorry,
you see,
ma'am.
repeatedly this will be announced, you see, the numbering is different.
Sorry, ma'am.
So that's why that must be mentioned because it is not your single paper. Thank you.
Mr. Hardik Goradia. Dr. Deepa Banerjee, are you there? So please be ready after him. And then Miss Navjot Kaur. Please be ready, ma'am.
बोल 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 कौन नहीं कर रहा? हाँ ठीक है, फिर कौन नहीं कर रहा? कितनी कितनी मिनट बोल रहे हो? नया स्टार्ट करके बाहर आ गई, वो चल रहा है सुनने का हुआ।
Yes, go ahead.
स्टार्ट हो गया तो देख लो, 12:30 की ब्रेक हो जाएगा, लंच ब्रेक। ठीक है, फिर भी कर लो। क्यों? सबका हुआ, सबका हुआ, सबका हुआ है, एक टाइम हुआ सबका।
So I need to keep a PPT.
A very good afternoon, everyone. I am Hardik Goradia, presenting my paper on startup opportunities in portfolio management with reference to saving habits among masses, along with my guide and co-author, Dr. G.D. Giri. So the topic is basically on the financial landscape is evolving rapidly, breaking the traditional boundaries. So innovative startup now lead to revolution in portfolio management. As financial complexity rise, the need for personalized, efficient portfolio management is crucial. This presentation explores the intersection of saving behavior and startup solution, unveiling the promising opportunities. The main objective of the study is to analyze the impact of startup-driven portfolio management solution on traditional financial institutions, then to evaluate saving habits and their influence on investment decision across the demographics, to identify key challenges faced by savers in portfolio management, to assess the effectiveness of emerging startup solutions in addressing these challenges, and to explore opportunities for startups in promoting financial inclusion and bridging the wealth gap. So the hypotheses are, the first one is demographic factor lead to distinct investment behavior. Higher financial literacy correlates with more effective investment decisions, and technology positively affects informed and efficient investment decision making. The methodology used are: utilize a mixed method study in Mumbai to examine impact of startup driven portfolio management on saving habits among demographics, collected quantitative data from stratified random 150 sample participants, and qualitative insights through semi-structured interviews employing statistical and thematic analysis. Other two ethical standards in data collection aiming to offer insights into how startups can enhance financial inclusivity in Mumbai. So here are some findings of the study. So there are few questions I
shown here. How would you describe the primary motivation for saving and investing? So there were 43% who prioritized for wealth accumulation, 32% focused on long-term goals, and 16% emphasis on short-term financial goals. Then the second question was like this: are you comfortable making investment decision on your own, or do you prefer professional guidance? So 51% prefer to blend or self-directed decision making and professional guidance. 28% favor professional guidance, valuing expert input in investment decisions, and 21% are confident making investment decisions independently, highlighting diverse preferences. So the conclusion is, the study highlights startups' pivotal role in reshaping portfolio management for diverse saving behaviors. Demographics, knowledge and preference stress the need for personalized and accessible portfolio management. Technology and financial education play a crucial role in improving investment outcomes, and the study concludes by emphasizing on ongoing need for innovation, offering startup portfolio opportunities to enhance financial inclusivity. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on.
Dr. Deepa Banerjee.
Very good afternoon to all of you, respected chairperson and all other dignitaries. And now I am presenting my research topic, social economic effect of women entrepreneurship on women empowerment, a study with reference to Purbo Bardhaman district of West Bengal. So there are two co-authors, but sorry I have not mentioned here another name due to some technical problem. Dr. Deepa Banerjee, myself, and Dr. Somendranath Bhattacharya and Anita Nandi Barman. I have missed that name in including in PPT. So
Whether that co-author also has been registered?
Yes, ma'am. So there are some preface which I will not explain due to the shortage of time. I am directly going to the objective part. What are the objective of this study? So the objective of this study to examine the social economic issue that women entrepreneurs face in Purbo Bardhaman district in West Bengal, to understand how women's economic empowerment affect women's social standing in the study area, and another objective to determine how women entrepreneurship affect women's empowerment. So now in this research study we have examined 200 respondents. The majority of the study framework was created by merging primary and secondary sources. The majority of the data comes from the women entrepreneurs who were surveyed using specially designed questionnaire. The Purbo Bardhaman of West Bengal is the only area covered by the study, and the whole population of the women can be counted. The researcher have offered simple technique for choosing respondent. The random selection approach was adopted for the research design, and 200 women business owners were chosen. The secondary data were collected from numerous academic and research papers. To ascertain the socio-economic condition of the women entrepreneur at the Purbo Bardhaman, the researchers have analyzed the collected data. These are done on the basis of age, caste, educational qualification, income level, decision maker for the business startup, entrepreneurial activity, motivational and influential factor for the business success, etc. are elaborately discussed to draw the significant conclusion. These are the age group where we can see the women entrepreneur includes 72% responded between the age group 26 and 45 compared to the 18% of our pupil under the 25 age. Here we have discussed the caste category and educational qualification. Here significantly we can say that among the sample respondent 12% of them lacked literacy and 38% only have high school degree and 3% have a postgraduate degree according to the field survey. These are the income level of head of the family. We can see the evidence that 18% of simple home were found to have income per month 10,000 to rupees 15,000, and the head of the family earns most money up to the 40,000, that is 4%. The studies primarily derives for equal income distribution. Unequal income distribution are disparate the distribution of land and asset. Decision makers of the respondent. Data analysis, we can see this is the representation of decision maker and entrepreneurial activities of the respondent. Here we are discussing the motivational factor of women entrepreneur. What are the motivational factor of women entrepreneur? We can see 38% of women entrepreneur started their business to help their family financially. 44% of them did so in order to become financially independent, and 3% did so in order to satisfy their creative urge, and 5% did so as a result of family inspiration, and 10% did so because there was no other income option for their family. So here the factor affecting the success of the business. So we can from this chart we can say 10% succeed because they have many contacts, 21% succeed due to the family support, and 18% succeed because they have used the planned approach, and 31% succeed because they worked hard, and 5% succeed because they are careful with their business and revenue and fund. Data analysis and interpretation, these are the, I am skipping this slide, and the findings. The first of all is the pull factors such as monetary gain, economic necessity, inherent profession, business experience, government policy, training, technical know-how, infrastructure, high product demand, independence, gaining social status, etc. Another is the push factor such as the employment uncertainty, workplace stress, anyone's, and the large decline in the family's income or the passing of primary. The result also indicate the women potential of success, and their entrepreneur are influenced by the socio-economic situation. So these are the another findings. So these are the limitation. If the study conducted in the another area, that may give another result. So these are the conclusion of this study.
Next, Miss Navjot Kaur. After Navjot Kaur, Dr. Sneha Chaurasia and Mr. Abdul Rahman. Sir, are you here? Please come on the front and be ready with your presentation. Is Mr. Sanjeev Dey here? Sanjeev Dey. Sandeep Dey. Are you Sandeep Dey?
No,
sir?
I'm Pankaj Sahu. I will present.
So, where is? Okay. So, sir, you are after Miss Neha. After that, you have to present.
Respected chairperson, co-chairperson, and all the dignitaries and all my fellow researchers present over here, I wish a very good afternoon to all of you. Myself Navjot Kaur, and I'm here to present my topic, Examination of Green R&D Spending and Firm Performance MSMEs Context. Green R&D spending encapsulates environmentally friendly innovations integrated into a company's business practice with a view to improving, maintaining, and promoting sustainable business activities in the long term. The aim of green R&D investment to foster the development of products and business processes which are in harmony with the environment protection and sustainability. Integrated in the idea of eco-innovation, green R&D investment has pertinent performance implications for corporates, so having pertinent consequences for firm as well as the environment. The relationship between green R&D investment and firm performance, especially for MSMEs, has not reached consensus. The results are often conflicting. So this makes the resource allocation towards eco-innovation all the more confusing task for managers. This study thus takes the variables in a novel context to arrive at transpiring results. Yes, coming to the theoretical underpinning, this theory has based its empirical work on the resource-based view and natural resource-based view, which is an offshoot of the RBV. It posits that firm resources and corporate capabilities are vital issues in terms of green-based performance. The natural resource-based view thus notes that long-term business operations will be affected by the limitations of the natural environment. In the same vein, corporate policy and the firm's future competitive advantage will largely be determined by its green performance. Green R&D will thus aim to reduce carbon emissions, minimize solid and liquid waste, along with effluents, optimize product life cycles, and achieve high energy and water efficiency. Coming to the research methodology part, before that, I'll be just giving an overview of the literature review. These are the studies which are supporting that green R&D investment has positive impact on firm performance, while there are although less studies which say that the both have negative relationship. All these studies have been done in the context of
large firms, but this study takes the relationship in the context of MSMEs. Coming to the research methodology, the sample size is 38 Indian MSMEs covering the period from 2010 to 2022. The data has been extracted from Provis database and the annual reports of the firms. The proposed interaction is allowed to be controlled by firm size, firm age, industrial concentration, advertisement expenditures. The study used fixed effects panel regression to study the proposed relationship. Coming to the results and analysis, this is an overview of the correlation matrix. Next these are the results for fixed effects panel regression, where both GRT stands for Green R&D investment, which has been proxied by the investment in clean energy technology. Both the coefficients for sales as well as stop and skew, they are showing significant results, but in case of sales it's positive, while in Tobit skew it's negative in direction. Coming to the implications. Theoretically, the existing literature has examined the relationship for overall R&D spending without giving much weightage to the specific R&D spending for eco-innovation, which is addressed by this study. Secondly, there is scant amount of literature which has examined the relationship for small businesses. This study will highlight the performance implications for sustainable investment in the form of green R&D by small players in the market. Furthermore, this study has considered firm performance in both terms, that is financial as well as stock market performance, which will give a better comprehension of the association. Coming to the managerial implications, the results will guide managers with respect to resource allocation decision in terms of environment-friendly innovation. The insights of effective green R&D investment on firm performance will help in forecasting and planning the discretionary outlay. Understanding the positive association between R&D spending directed towards eco-innovation and performance will encourage the managers towards endeavors towards sustainable development. That's all from my side. Thank you for lending ears.
Thank you. The next presenter is Mr. Abdul Rahman. Role and involvement of the Nepalese government in the upliftment of entrepreneurship. Is there? Yes.
After that, Mr. Sandeep De. Then after that, Mr. Atanu Manna. Are you here now? Mr. Atanu Manna. Mr. Atanu Manna, are you here? Suresh Kumar KS, are you here, sir? Namita Kaushik. Kena Shri.
Please sit in
Is Kena Shri here? Whosoever are here, please let us know.
Good afternoon to everyone. It's me, Dr. Abdul Rahman from Nepal, and today my topic is role involvement of Nepalese government in the uplift of entrepreneurship. So actually this is not my single work. So co-authors are also there, and I'm also a co-author of these articles. So meantime, the Dr. Esina Chaurasia is having some work. So on behalf of her, I'm presenting this paper, right? So these are the outline of my presentations. So I'll go through it one by one. So in introductions, just I have included the Nepalese government role and involvement. So that's the roles and involvements. I have considered the three variables, which are the supportive policies and the policies implementations and the government fundings, right? So these supportive policies implementations and the government fundings, these are it's helpful for the upliftment of the startup motives, risk taking, creative and innovations, and this methodologies has compiled by the researchers only. And these are the few literature reviews which I have collected for my research works. So it is both primary as well as secondary. So, and the keywords which I have used to collect the literature reviews are entrepreneurship and economics development and the government policies. So these are the few literature reviews that I have considered for my studies. Now, the few objectives, only the three objectives I have included for my studies. So first objectives just only for review the importance, why the startup is required in Nepal, and the others two objectives I have checked like the government supports and what are the key roles and the involvements in the uplift of the entrepreneurs in the Madhya province. Actually in the Nepal that we are having, but it's I have considered the state where I belongs to. Right, and so I'm having the few hypotheses, only the two hypotheses I covered to answer my objectives. So now I'm moving to the research methodology. So my research designs, so these are the analyticals and descriptives, and I have framed the structural questionnaires, and I have collected through the primary data and sample techniques, the simple random techniques I have used for my research papers, and the total population I have considered is 710, from which 250 startups companies were taken as a sample by using the MD formula. And the target populations I have taken the startup entrepreneur in Madhya province of Nepal, but I have considered only which are registered into the Department of Cottage and Small Industries. Right, and the statistical tools that I use for my study is SPSS 0.26, MOS graphic and Excel 16. And the prominent test used in my study is one-way ANOVA t-test and Duncan multiple range test. So in order to answer the first hypothesis, these are the variables that I have used, right? But among these variables, so overall importance of the startup in the state of Madhya province is good, not excellent and not up to mark, but overall it is good. So I appreciate the government of the Nepal, but still they need to consider. And the second hypothesis, the overall roles and the involvement of the government is also good. So on average I am talking, so whatever the variables that I have considered, that's good, but still the key factors which I have highlighted here is the few variables, like when I talk about the roles and involvement of the government, the proper financings and the effective of government roles. So proper financing is not there, so that should be, because like those who are having the good ideas and they are looking to go for the startups, still there is no proper financing from the government of Nepal. Not only this, the policies which they are having, that is also not proper, and the government initiative and service, so those are also not on time. And the points which I have highlighted, the licensing and the registrations of the business, even these are the few like variables where the government need to give the concentrations. And the next one is a subsidy for the purchase. So these are the few variables where the government need to concentrate for the startups, mainly in Nepal. So overall, so whatever the government is doing, the role of the government is active, and it is the result shows it's good, but not outstanding. So whatever the variables which I have highlighted, the government need to play a significant roles, mainly in these variables. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Abdul Rahman.
Yes, ma'am.
Next is Mr. Sandeep De. After that, Mr. Vicky Sharma.
So very good afternoon to each and everyone, respected Chairperson Madam, Co-Chairperson Sir, and my all dear delegates. So myself Pankaj Sahu, and I am going to present on behalf of my authors on the topic entrepreneurship awareness among the young adults of Assam in the light of self-reliant India. So already we have learned about entrepreneurship and its importance, but when it comes to
students. Unfortunately, most of the young generations remained as job seekers, primarily due to inadequate awareness of entrepreneurship, and it includes different schemes, different opportunities that have been provided by the government. And that's why our study is an attempt to understand the level of awareness on entrepreneurship for the young generation, particularly the students. Also, an attempt has been made to study their perception towards entrepreneurship. So, coming to significance, so we know India is a country of youth, almost more than 50% of the population under the age of 25. And promoting entrepreneurship from an early age will help the young generations to shape their career after graduation. Moreover, examining the awareness and perception on entrepreneurship among students will help us to gain valuable insights. And further, the study will pave way into how different agencies can better equip the next generation with the skills and knowledge needed to join the dream of self-reliant India. So this is the research gap. Basically, Assam, being the most important state of the Northeast India, may prove to be the hub of producing an ample of entrepreneurs in the near future. The earlier studies has revealed that despite having many opportunities in Assam, the number of entrepreneurs is less. And therefore, the study has been conducted to assess this awareness of the young generation so that they can shape their career and change tomorrow's economy. So these are the objectives of the study. To study the perception of the respondents towards entrepreneurship, to study the awareness level of select schemes related to entrepreneurship, to study the association of select demographic factors with the perception and awareness of the respondents. So we have one research hypothesis. There is no significant association of demographic variable with the perception and awareness of the respondents. Coming to methodology, so the study is based on primary data. Basically, convenience sampling has been employed for the study. Data has been collected from the students of 3 prominent colleges of Upper Assam. Basically, these are from diverse educational background covering both rural and the urban areas. More than 200 questions has been distributed. However, the response ratio was only 69.5%, and we have got only 139 responses, out of which only 101 responses have been utilized in the study. Next, coming to scope of the study. So the study mainly considers college students as they are on the verge of completing their graduation and ready to enter the workforce contributing to the economy. Moreover, the scope of the study is confined to the awareness and perception of the students. In addition, the study is also confined to the students of government colleges from 2 districts of Assam, classified in rural and urban areas. So the findings, so these are the findings related to the demographic profile. So as there is a time constraint, so I will not go in details with it. Here one significant findings which we can observe is that still a portion, not very big, but then still a portion are yet to be aware about entrepreneurship, and still 14.8% of the respondents doesn't prefer entrepreneurship as a career option. But the findings are quite good because majority of them have responded on a positive note. Coming to sources of information, it's very important how they get informed. However, we can see social media. Social media playing a very prominent role here. And one more interesting thing is that most of them are have selected self-dependent as the motivating factor. However, trying new things should be more prominent so that it can also give us the way to the self-reliant India through new things and innovations. Just I would like to end up by these barriers. At least we got 22% of the students, and they have stated that they are not being motivated, or when we ask about barrier for entrepreneurship, so not being aware is what we have found. So that's one very significant findings from our study. So these are some of the schemes of Government of Assam. So here also we can see the awareness level is very low. So I think this needs to be addressed. Even the sources of fundings from different agencies, you can see the awareness level
Please
is very,
conclude.
very low.
Please conclude now.
So this needs to be addressed. Thank you.
In your paper, you have used young adults. Why young adults?
Basically,
justify that.
ma'am, this now if you just see this particular demographics, so in India more than 60% are below 35 or 25, not 25, 35. So that's why we have used young adults, and these are basically students. They are not into the job, or they are.
No, I'm not asking for this. Why young adults? We could have used adults, young people, young.
Because they are very mature. They are coming to they are the new generations here, which will just enter into the job market. That's why they are very young in their even in their mentality, and they
They are adult as too. Okay, thank you, thank you. Okay, next.
Yes, next is Mr. Vicky Sharma, Sarika Sharma and Surya Prakash. After that is Atanu Manna here, Suresh Kumar KS, Namita Kaushik, you are next ma'am. Then Kena Shri, you are next. Annapurna Kumari, Sharan Basappa Linganna, Kitsana Yad Chantuk, Nisha Dinkar.
Very good afternoon to all of you, respected chair and co-chair, and my dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I am Vicky Sharma, Commerce Department, Sri Ram College of Commerce, Delhi University, with my co-authors Sarika Sharma and Dr. Surya Prakash. So my topic is basically the cultivating the Indian innovation entrepreneurial ecosystem, which is in insights and the challenges are there. Now the objectives of my study is to just to explore the innovations and the ecosystem which is to be developed entire the world. So it is also focus on the Indian ecosystem as well. So we have to be engage the youngsters to put towards the entrepreneurships. We generally just talk about the incubator centers and this all the stuffs, but we do not have to be just taking care of the applied studies. So we have been using the applied knowledge in the classroom settings as well. So they have to be just taking care of the same one as well. So now how the Indian have deserved more care. I just have to compare the data with China. Okay, so this is a few aspects as is taking care of, like in the political one, the economical one, and in the R&D and the more one as well. But the thing is, if you just comparing with the developed countries within the Indian countries as well, so there is a lot of differences which is taking care of. So we just to taking care of these aspects. So definitely we just put the number one entrepreneur. And now the changes is coming. The Honorable Prime Minister have this also the focus for the same one. We want to be the entrepreneur the number one. So nobody has this asking for the job seeker. Everyone has to be taken care of. They giving the jobs in the markets, and they have to be just keeping such ecosystem only with the innovation and the entrepreneur. Now see the data of the 5 top countries in the Unicorn 2023. The India is the number 3. It is taking care of. If it is taking care of the cities ones, the cities are also high. We just taking care of the different data. Data is just taking from the secondary sources. Now, if it is taking care of the Department of the Promotion Industries and internal trades one. So these are the data I just taking care of from 2018 to 22. And if you just move with the same data with the state wise, this is a data is state wise as well. The data it is giving is fortunately, see the number is in the numerically 1. So we have to be just taking care of these data must be in the number 3 one. So it is again the very better conditions for the ecosystem when the people have to be investing our time in the R&Ds as well. So the entrepreneurs ecosystem have also developed in Indian market. So the data is just taking into the all states. Now the sparks coming from the foreign MSME subsidies, so we're just taking care of the industrial hubs as well. The Indian startups, the startups has to be registered. The one which is we have to be taking care. Technological startups is also there. So now we have a number of the startups names like the Ola, Uber, Zomato's. If it's just taking care of these one data, so basically we have just to be taking care of these startups as well, and we have to be regular innovative, and we just build an ecosystem so the people, the youngsters who have to be engaging on the C1, so we have to be just focused on these elements as well. Government sports and for the startups as well is also essential. So we just have to, we have already developed a number of the incubator centers in the different universities and the colleges one. So we have to be focused on more submission, more summits. So the India Badal Raj. Now this is these things, some things that happen one. So we just to be taking care of these stuff. So now that the time is changes, so we have to be focused on these platforms as well. Now the national innovation system, where we have in a very huge industry as a history part as well. So after the 90s, we just have to be focused on the very limited innovations. But after 47, we have parametrical innovations in the centers to the CSIR, and we have to be focused. After 94s, we have to be moved with the LPG policy by Honorable former Prime Minister. So we just to be just taking care of these things. Then after 2000, like onwards of 94, the innovation have to be moved to be developed for the same one. So we just to be taking care of these things regularly happen in the Indian economy. So it will definitely help towards the all one. Now the sports and fundings one.
Please conclude now.
Sure. Now this is comparing the China and Indian one. This is another table. Now that we just do the conclusion the short of time. So basically, we just focus on the MSMEs and just to be building on the Atmanirbhar. We just focus on the Atmanirbhar and just to be just taking care of the innovation, R&Ds, and the other factors as well. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a good day.
Thank you. Major portion should have been told because when the time is given less, so that's important. Okay, so thank you.
Miss Namita Kaushik, and after that last presentation is Miss Kena.
My paper entitled An Analysis of Growth and Performance of MSMEs in Sustainable Development of Little Travel. So the flow of presentation is as follows. First we'll discuss about the introduction section, in which we'll discuss the prominence of MSME sector in India as whole, and thereafter we'll discuss the prominence of MSME sector in Uttarakhand state and provide a basic snapshot of it. And then thereafter we'll talk about the research methodology adopted in the study and then the results, and we'll also provide some suggestions and remedies for the improving the entrepreneurship ecosystem in Uttarakhand. And at last, the conclusion. So the first the introduction, which is related to the MSME, prominence of MSME sector in India. So as we all know that they represent like MSMEs in India helps in the sustainable livelihood, poverty alleviation, and by enhancing employability and development of the nation. And they represent about 90% of businesses and more than 50% of employment, and contribute about 40% of the GDP to the world, GDP of the world. And it provides, if we talk about Indian context, they contribute about 29% to the Indian GDP. Now coming to the basic snapshot in respect of the Uttarakhand state. So the Uttarakhand state was formed on November 2000 by carving out of the 13 hill districts of Uttar Pradesh, which was formerly known as Uttarakhand.
Please be seated. Please be seated. Presentation is going on.
And the Uttarakhand government for the development of the state has identified few sectors which are which they have stated as a vision in Uttarakhand Vision 2030, in which health sector has been given a priority, and thereafter tourism, and transportation sector, agriculture sector, infrastructure, education and skill development, for which Dehradun is known as the education capital of the state. Now the environment and the industries. So now the advantages which the Uttarakhand has is the favorable location and the abundance of natural resources. Having the hill state, it has all the abundant resources in the for the development for the agriculture, floriculture, or the horticulture industries. Now the policy and infrastructure. So the government of Uttarakhand have always invested in like recently the Uttarakhand government has arranged a global summit which was recently held in Dehradun on 8th or 9th December 2023. Now the Uttarakhand also has an adequate labor pool and the stable political environment. Now this is the prominence of MSME sector in Uttarakhand, in which Haridwar is at the top place, providing like having the highest number of MSMEs and providing like highest number of employment to the state. Now this is the growth. Now the coming to the objectives of the studies. The first is the objective of the study is to examine the growth and performance of MSMEs in Uttarakhand. Second is to explore the problems and provide some suggestions for the growth and sustainability of MSMEs. So the current methodology which we have used in the study is the secondary data. So to achieve the first objective, we try to find out the impact of number of MSMEs on the employment generation in the state. So by using the linear regression, we came to know about that the number of MSME does not significantly affect or contribute to the generation of employment in the state. So these are the findings of the first objective, and coming to the second objective, which is related to the challenges. So these are the few challenges which Uttarakhand has or they face. First is related to finance, then access to human capital, financial literacy. So these are the major challenges which Uttarakhand MSMEs are facing, and these are the suggestions which we have for the Uttarakhand government to improve the entrepreneurship ecosystem in Uttarakhand. And now the conclusion. So if these challenges are properly addressed, these challenges may serve as a resource capability, resulting in the growth and sustainability of the MSME sector in Uttarakhand state. And these are the few recent initiatives which Uttarakhand government has taken. First is Chief Minister's Self-Employment Scheme, which was introduced in 2020. Second is Mahila Udyami Vishesh Prostahan Yojana, which was introduced in 2015. Then Purchase Preference Policy and One District Two Products Scheme. And then recently introduced the Global Summit, which they have introduced.
Thank you. Next paper presenter is Kenashi. The topic is success stories and the best practices of the women entrepreneurs in the New Delhi and Gurgaon, a case study analysis.
इनके बाद आप ही जाओ प्लीज.
Then they will
फिर कैसा टाइम मैनेज करोगे?
आइए ना यहाँ आइए यहाँ आइए ना इधर आगे इधर.
Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Chair, Honorable Co-Chair, distinguished guests. Thank you very much, ICA, for this extremely fulfilling opportunity to be presenting over here. And it's about the best practices and success stories of couple of women entrepreneurs from NCR region, primarily from Delhi and Gurgaon. It is a case study analysis. Okay, so basically, the Niti Aayog's latest data tells us that out of 63 million micro, small and medium MSMEs, 20% are women-owned. IBF puts it that India has 432 million working-age women and almost 13 to 15 million women-owned businesses. Yet, the irony is that the World Bank observes that 70% of formal women-owned businesses are shut down, either because of financial difficulties or they are unable to receive enough support from the government sector. Although there are prominent programs in India like the Stand Up India, the Mudra Yojana, WEP, skill development, so many subsidies and incentives, yet what is it that is preventing women from breaking the glass ceiling and reaching up the top? Hence, the objective of this study was to understand that in Delhi region, especially in Delhi and Gurgaon and NCR, what are the difficulties that women entrepreneurs face? What are the challenges that they face? How do they overcome it? And try to understand the top 5 entrepreneurs in 5 different domains. How have they broken it and made it to the top? The research methodology was a case study technique. Although very little data is available everywhere, yet when we went out to do the literature review and to curate and cull out the data, there was enough evidences to show that there are 5 women who have actually broken the glass ceiling, broken the stereotype and made it to the top. I'm presenting the case studies of these terrific 5 women. First is the brand called Zivami, which is run by Miss Richa Kar. Her journey started in the year 2001. She chose fashion. However, she chose a domain which was absolutely male dominated. We did not have any women in this field until now. This was lingerie business. औरतों की बातें लेकिन औरतें नहीं कर रही थी. So obviously they broke the stereotype over there. She had a lot of difficulties to face. Taboos, a lot of social taboos, a lot of competitive rivalry, and the tactics she used is given up on the slide, as you can see. She blended fashion with technology. She started talking to consumers and people could relate to her more because she was a woman entrepreneur herself. She could understand the problems of women, and therefore her brand spoke for her incentive. The second is Ritu Kumar from the Quint. Now she was a journalist, and in 2015 when she launched the Quint, everybody thought that there is lack of an ethical domain where actual stories are put. Either they are politically motivated or motivated by societal pressures, but this domain was absolutely blank. And here is where Ritu Kapoor put her step, and today we all know she used digital storytelling, she used editorial independence, which people are yearning for right now, and Quint is quite a popular and a credible name in the field. The third is, oh my god, this is very interesting. This is Kanika Tekri Kawal from Jet Set Go, probably the only woman who has taken over the private aviation industry, which is completely ruled by men. Yet a Delhi girl, a simple Delhi girl, actually took to leading the private aviation domain. Historically male-dominated field. She had to face regulatory obstacles, market competition, and she managed to establish quite a credibility in this sector. Another interesting name is that of, I don't have the picture though, is of Sarika Bhattacharya. If you look for her brand, it's called Olive Root. Now as women, we give a lot of importance to health and to organic stuff. However, very few people knew how to put it in the market domain. She was one of the first ladies in the country, especially in NCR, to give impetus to organically resourced and sourced products. So her brand Olive Root talks about locally produced products without any adulteration, and she also took it to culinary expertise in this field. So her brand is available everywhere, and again it's a team of farmers and the lady herself together working in an ecosystem so as to bring the brand on the foray. And the last case study, for the brevity of content and time, I'm probably rushing through, allow me to do that. This is Vandana Luthra. The time when she started her business in the year 1989, people would just talk of women in beauty and cosmetics. They would not talk about holistic health. They would not talk about fitness. They would not talk about emotional health. they would not talk about women as a package. And therefore, Vanna Luthra's brand, VLCC, broke the conservative Indian society norms, and her emphasis on community development and engagement led her to make VLCC one of the biggest brands here. Based on the analysis of the 5 case studies, these are the common themes and patterns that were observed, that all the 5 women had taken to. One, innovation. Secondly, all of them were customer centric. All of them broke gender prejudices. They were flexible, they were adaptable, they had ethical practices, they built strong teams, they had enough market knowledge because they belonged to the core community, and they engaged a lot of local networks. Based on that, there are recommendations for policymakers. It is given in elaborate in the paper which I have presented in the report format. However, in bullet points, I can just say that. Yeah? Thank you, sir. So this is up for the policymakers, and this is up for the aspiring women entrepreneurs. You could take a look at it. Thank you so much for the opportunity, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Now actually,
Ma'am, sir, please.
just now already time is up. The time was given up to 1. Okay. The thing is that the lunch is also waiting, and after that we are also going to have the panel discussion in this room. Okay. But looking into the people, many people who are eager to present, but thing is that the time cannot be given for presentation. But if you want to say the title of your paper, okay, title of your paper and your name, that you have to do. You don't have to make any explanation, nothing, because in that way you will have to forgo your lunch. But anyway, that I will assure you, because you all are present here, and this. No, the thing is that now since you all are present and you all are showing your eagerness also, so certificate will be issued. Don't worry about the certificate. Okay, don't worry about your certificate. Since you have registered, you have shown your eagerness, you have come very far off, or whatever that's a very important thing, that your eagerness, your attitude. But due to the shortage of time, actually it is not possible at all. Otherwise, we have got number of programs here after that, and especially the panel discussion, and only 1 hour timing is been given for the lunch. So instead of, I'll say that instead of just saying the title of the paper, I think it's better to forego what you say. Otherwise, we'll have to forego the lunch. Okay? The two papers which has been selected, there are many papers. Initially also 2 to 3 times we had selected intensively. We had gone through many of the papers. The 2 papers which I select has been selected by the jury. That is, the first one is by exploring user experiences and assessing the usability and perception, etc. That is by Sarita Kumari C and Professor Jayant Kumar Parida. Please have a big hand.
Yeah,
Then,
yeah. So they will be completed.
Yeah. So you will have to prepare yourself, and you will have another presentation tomorrow. Okay? And another paper is by a role of ICT ecosystem in leveraging, that is startup business administration, socio-economic status through mediating role of ICT daily hassles. So there are a number of presenters, but here I would like to say the corresponding author's name is Dr. Hani Sunil Vinchu. Assistant Professor from Department of Commerce, IGNO, MP. So be prepared. Yes, thank you. So these are the 2. Please give a big hand. I know there are many good papers. That is the reason where it was told to me to grade the papers as A, B, C. Okay, so from my side actually I never wanted to give C. Okay, and then the papers, many of the papers are under the A grade, but looking into the paucity of time, it is not possible at all, but we have tried our best to do that. And with these few words, I thank you, all the delegates, all the paper presenters, all the authors, all the co-authors who are here physically, and their co-authors also to present this paper. And I would also like to thank the organizer, because they have given a good infrastructure and they have facilitated everything for making this program successful. Thank you once again.
May I please request everybody to be seated, please? Please, sir, please, ma'am, please be seated for some time.
बाद में आप फोटो निकाल सकते हैं.
And my topic for this because they want entrepreneurship in India, study and promotion under the Startup India scheme. Thank you.
Sir, please, madam, जिसको photograph लेनी है, it's my humble request. After the session, the dais is all yours. Please आप photograph तब ले लीजिएगा. Please have little patience. आपने इतना patience दिखाया 4 hours से, थोड़ा सा patience दिखा दीजिए.
सर प्लीज चलो हम
Abhi, please, may I please request, humbly please request everybody to be seated. We are not done yet. The session is still going on.
सर एक्सक्यूज हो गया.
मैंने सबका भेज दिया. मैंने जिसको
This technical session end here. Thank you very much.
Sir, may I? Thank you so much, Dr. Seema and Dr. Dongre, for your patience, for listening to all the presentations. May I request Dr. Shivangi Gupta to please felicitate Sir and Ma'am with a planter. That is the gesture of the growth. Ma'am, yes. So please, Ma'am and Sir, please come on the dais. Dr. Seema, please.
आया था जब ही आया था. हाँ 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 आ गया ठीक है.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your patience and the time you have given to us. Yes, sir. Sir, एक बार sir, आप.
तो ये कहाँ से आए? ये ऐसे क्यों पकड़ करते हैं? ये क्यों तेरा सुना ले?
My sincere thanks to all the paper presenters, and we are really apologetic for the inconvenience caused to you due to lack of time. All the papers could not be entertained. So please, sir, you will be getting your certificate through the portal only. You can download your certificate from there. Thank you so much, Jindal team, and thank you the entire team and organizers for being there. Whosoever wants to click the picture, now come here and click.
Yes, sir.
Fast, fast.
अभी क्या बोलना
One click.
So, I'm over the back side.
Everyone, please head to the mess for lunch.
As we commence our insightful exploration into this, it's a pleasure that it is guided by the discerning moderation of Professor Rajiv Sijaria from the Atal Bihari Vajpayee School of Management and Entrepreneurship. And it definitely envisions to be a captivating journey at the forefront of entrepreneurial evolution. Professor Sijaria, a distinguished academic and expert, will adeptly steer our discussion through the fusion of creativity and technological innovation. Joining him are esteemed panelists, each bringing a wealth of expertise and experience to enrich our dialogue. Professor Mayank Dhondial, the Dean of Business School, Professor Arvind Kumar, he is formerly the Dean of Atal Bihari Vajpayee School of Management and Entrepreneurship. We have Professor M.L. Vadera, again formerly Professor and Director at Manipal University, Jaipur, and Mr. Sharif Ellakurangara, and he's the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Energy India. I'll just give a quick introduction for each one of them, and then I'll be calling upon Professor Rajiv Sijaria and the co-panelist on the stage for taking it further. Professor Rajiv Sijaria, I'll just give a quick introduction about sir. Holds a PhD in Management Consumer Behavior. Is an MBA in Marketing Management and Human Resource Management, and an MSc in Physics Electronics. His area of interest include marketing management, entrepreneurship, and startups. He has 25 years of experience in academic and academic administration. He has also served as area manager in the designation of Senior Marketing Officer of MP Rajasthan Chhattisgarh with Mesos Majestic Auto Limited, Ludhiana. He has also worked as sales organizer with Mesos Kirloskar Oil Engines Limited, Pune, also at Jaipur zonal offices since 1998 to 2000. Professor Sijaria has also received several awards and honors such as the Performance Excellence Award and Dronacharya Award for contribution in higher technical and professional education. We welcome you, sir. Please come to the stage. Our co-panelist, Professor Mayank Dhondial, who is currently the Dean of Jindal Global Business School, OP Jindal Global University. We have been working together, Professor, and you got 15 years of experience, including leadership roles responsible for strategic planning and implementation, organizational innovation and transformation, and we are witnessing that transformation in JGBS presently. He holds a PhD in strategic management from Technological University Dublin, Ireland, an MSc in marketing from Technological University Dublin. His research interests are in the area of organizational strategy, strategic alliances, resource-based and dynamic capability views, and firm-level capability development. His work on these research areas has been published in multiple international peer-reviewed journals, including Industrial Marketing Management, International Journal of Retail and Distribution Management, and Annals of Operations Research. He frequently writes articles and opinion pieces on contemporary international and national issues. We welcome you, Professor Dhondial. Then we have Professor Arvind Kumar. He is the former Dean at Atal Bihari Vajpayee School of Management and Entrepreneurship, JNU, New Delhi. He has more than 25 years of experience of academics industry. He is certified entrepreneur educator from Stanford University, USA. He earned his post-graduation and PhD in management. He is the recipient of postdoctoral fellowship in USA and has supervised several MPhil PhD students. He is a keen researcher and his current interests are CSR, academia-industry interface, consumer affairs, and social entrepreneurship. He has several research papers, articles published in national and international journals of repute. He has several books, monographs, and research projects in his credit. And he has participated as an expert in national, international conferences, seminars, and workshops, and has been part of various panel discussions and also chaired the sessions. We welcome you, Professor Arvind Kumar. Please come. Then we have, again, distinguished academic, Professor M.L. Vadera. Professor Vadera is a seasoned academician, formerly served as the professor and director of the School of Business and Commerce, as well as the Controller of Examination at Manipal University, Jaipur, bringing years of dedicated service. With a career spanning an impressive 40 years at JNV University in Jodhpur, he served as the chairman of the Student Services Board and cultural coordinator for 14 years. In addition, Professor Vadera held key positions such as the director of the Institute of Evening Studies and member of the syndicate. His extensive 33-year tenure as a professor underscores his commitment to academic excellence and the intellectual development of students. Proficient in academic administration, curricular development, teaching and research, Professor Vadera stands as a respected figure in the education industry, contributing significantly to the growth and success of educational institutions. So we welcome you, Professor Vadera. Please come up on the stage. And now we are going to welcome Professor Sharif Ernakulangara. He is the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Nergy India. And he holds a BTech in Software Engineering. He commenced his career as a lecturer at Calicut University, contributing 2 years of dedicated service and laying the foundation for a rich and diverse professional path. He has 10 plus years of experience in the education industry. He is a serial entrepreneur with a successful track record in IT education and skill development. His commitment to innovation and technology to lead global commerce education and dynamic thinking and ability to spot unique opportunities has been and will be instrumental in the success of Nergy India, and we wish you on that, sir. His determined approach in leadership and tapping into new business prospects and expanding bandwidth with competency proliferation into different verticals is shaping the future of commerce education with unparalleled vision and determination. Welcome you, sir. Please be on the dais. Thank you so much. So this panel discussion is, again, I would say, iterate, is being moderated by Professor Rajiv Sijaria. Professor Sijaria, I think I'll be giving the stage to you so that you can proceed with the discussions. Definitely, sir. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is panel 3. And the topic of this panel discussion is entrepreneurship, innovation and startup. I welcome all the participants and distinguished panel members who are serving here experts. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that entrepreneurship and the startup innovation, these are the watchwords. Why this is so? Because now academia, industry and youngsters, government, politicians, bureaucrats, NGOs, all have understood the importance of these words. And I congratulate organizers, Indian Commerce Association, that they have kept one panel discussion for these important and future-oriented policies and the mindset and the ecosystem that is very much desirable. Such discussions definitely opens the path for further development in the area in which we have some worthwhile discussions. So I am happy that I am having Professor Dr. Mayank Dondialji, Mr. Sarif, and we are having Professor Arvind, and we are having one more distinguished panel member, Professor Balera. Professor Balera. Professor Balera has been retired from different academic positions, and now having been that much experienced, his presence in this panel will definitely add value. My dear friends, 2 days back when there was a mail from the ministry that Honorable Prime Minister will address through the webcast to the academicians and the Vice Chancellor of the universities and all academic leaders in whatsoever, in whichsoever position they are serving, whether Dean or Head of the departments or Directors. So the title of that discussion was Viksit Bharat at the rate 2047, Voice of Youth. Country has decided that we have in mind where we should go, what is our agenda, what we have to achieve. Next 25 years are known as the Amrit Kal, and this is by the small case studies of few countries like Japan and others. It has been well established by the ministry and the Prime Minister that every country has a certain specific time period in their history. If the countrymen, youngsters, academia, industry, bureaucrats all join hands together, and if they can work with a particular agenda, then the economic development can take place in more and in a rapid pace. So my dear friend, before I will start this discussion and call my expert panelist, I will like to tell you the modalities. We are 5 here and 5 into 3, 4 in front of the dais. So first round will be 2 to 3 minutes, where I will request my expert to open up this discussion, whatsoever they have conceived in their mind, especially for this panel discussion. And second round will be the main discussion round, where whatsoever foundation that will be laid down in the first round, the detailed discussion will take place. And in the third round, that is the public round, where question and answer will take place. So without wasting time, I would like to call first expert, Professor Dr. Mayank Dhondial. You may stay over there and you can open up.
I would like to thank Professor Rajiv for giving me the opportunity, and also would like to compliment the Indian Commerce Association, the University of Delhi, and of course OP Jindal Global University for holding this event. The topic of this particular session is very topical, about startups and innovation. Rajiv ji talked about the federal government's mission of making India developed by 2047. I think there is a overall intent within the country also to make our presence felt on the world stage. We are also aiming for the economy to become 5 trillion. Currently, it's anywhere between 3.5 and 4 trillion. I think in this setting, when the country is looking to, increase this geopolitical heft, and getting a country developed also by in another 15, 20 years is part of that narrative. I think the role of startups, the role of entrepreneurship becomes extremely important. If you look at, the per capita income, and, you can define whether a country is developing or developed. One of the metrics is, of course, the per capita income. Now, if you look at the largest economy in the world, which is US, it's of course almost a 26, 27 trillion dollar economy. We are currently, only aiming for 5. We are currently around 3.5, 3.7. So obviously there is a long way to go. But the starker difference is, of course, in the per capita, because whereas the US is currently, and I'm just comparing it to the largest because, we have very large and very high aims. The US per capita is roughly around 75 to 80,000 US dollars. And currently, the Indian per capita income is around 2,500. So it's way, way lower. Even Chinese per capita is around 12,000 or 30,000, in US dollar terms. If you're looking to see where developed economies are, generally, it's counted anywhere around 20, 25,000 per capita. And that's one of the ways you define whether a country is developed or developing. So obviously there is a long way to go. And the role of startups and entrepreneurship cannot be overstated. I think you look at any big economy, you look at the Chinese economy, you look at the US economy, I think the contribution and the role of startups has been exemplary. Companies like Facebook, companies like Apple, companies like Google, at some point in time, decades ago, they were also startups. And look at the kind of contribution these companies are making now to the US economy in general, but also, to the world economy, the number of jobs they are providing, and, the kind of innovation they are doing, in their own space. So I think, we are making rapid strides, but there is obviously, a long way to go for us as a country. Startups are very important, and they can obviously play a very extremely important role. I'll talk to more, would like to talk more about it a bit later, but, I would just stick to my timelines and give it back to Professor Rajiv.
Thank you, Professor Mayank. Now I request Professor Arvind. Arvind ji is my friend in Atal Bihari Vajpayee School of Management and Entrepreneurship, where I am serving as a dean, and he has been dean prior to this tenure. So Arvind ji is also having that exposure of entrepreneurship. He has earned a few degrees and exposures. He has attended few programs in that. So Arvind ji, please tell something about this.
Thank you, sir. Few things has been said, and very concrete things has been said in the panel discussion. I'll focus on academic part. We are academician, and Professor Sijaria also talked about the vision of Honorable Prime Minister for 2047. We are into the Amrit Mahotsav, in case if you look at the timeline. So I'll talk about academic side. So in case if we are dreaming big to become a developed nation, so it cannot be done until unless we don't really focus on the entrepreneur, especially young entrepreneurs. When I say young, so it does not mean the age. We five sitting here can also claim to be the young academician or entrepreneur. So entrepreneur is something which is mindset. So few things from the academic lenses that I want to discuss. When you look at the curriculum, so we have to really think about curriculum, how we can produce young entrepreneurs. So we have to really focus on the mindset, young mindset part. We both come from Atal Bihari Vajpayee School of Management and Entrepreneurship. So one of our missionary statement is also fostering fostering the entrepreneur mindset among the youths. So my focus in the beginning would be like how academia can really contribute for fostering the entrepreneurial environment. So few things I want to make here. One is, so when you look at those who are dreaming big, so one point in time India used to be considered as a nation of snake charmers. Now thanks to our honorable Prime Minister, so now we are given very relevant positions, and I'm very happy to share with everyone, one of the head of the nation is touching the feet of honorable Prime Minister. So image is really improving across the globe. So the vision of honorable Prime Minister can be done where the academia can also contribute. So few things like when we really talk about entrepreneurs, so they are the big dreamer. So this is the changing scenario. They are risk taker and visionary. We have to, as an academic institution, we have to really produce, we have to develop a curriculum where we can produce young entrepreneur. So entrepreneurship is something which is mindset. So few of the key elements that I want to share, then we can discuss in the next half. So in case if you look at producing young entrepreneur mind, so we have to really focus on the critical thinkers, somebody who can collaborate, somebody who can have a decision making, somebody who has a adopt to change, drive to change. It's not like the way we are operating, the way we are functioning. So the time has really come. Okay, thank you. Thank you for, this is also one of the example of collaboration. One panelist is collaborating with another panelist. So when you really look at the bigger picture, so technology transfer is also one of the picture where people can collaborating. And even in case if you look at the another live example, one global university is collaborating with one of the public central university. So coming back to the mindset that academia must focus to produce young entrepreneur, another is integrity and problem solving, reflections. So very important key elements. So I think I will ask to all my friends from the academia, they must keep in mind whenever they are developing, designing a curriculum, so these elements has to be taken care. These elements has to be taken into account. See, syllabus changing, we used to have, still we are following on program objective, learning objective. We have a series of changes starting from LOCF, then UGCF. So a lot of, in curriculum design, we have a whole journey. But my stress in the beginning would be, academia should also play an important role for developing entrepreneurial mindset. I'll stop here, then further we can discuss it. Thank you, Professor Sejali.
Thank you, Professor Arvind ji, for giving light on collaboration, entrepreneurship, and all these things. Now I invite Professor M.L. Badera ji. M.L. Badera ji has been a very senior professor, served different institutions in high position. He has been a good academician, and as I came to know about him, he was director before he retired. So he is having some policy issues and the foresightedness as a senior academician who serves in administration also. So we would like to listen Professor Badera.
Thank you, Professor Rajiv. Yeah. So I start with this quote and join my fellow panelist that an entrepreneurship now is a crucial driver of economic growth. That's why nowadays entrepreneurship is very important. And as a world, we will see on global level that initially the big companies, multinational companies, they are driving most of the business. But nowadays, as my fellow panelist has taken the name of Google and all these Amazon and all these are from startup and then to grown and now there are so many different names. So when we talk about the India, as Professor Rajiv rightly pointed out that the government started from 2015 our new policy of startup and entrepreneurship, and then our Niti Ayog is doing all this job. So my take is on the entrepreneurship or startup ecosystem. We have to develop the ecosystem in the country, and in this phase different state governments are doing. Then Niti Ayog is financing, and one university they select in each region, and they have their Atal Bihari Incubation Center they are opening there. And through these centers, they are guiding the young, our students to become the entrepreneur. And I have one experience that one research we have conducted in Rajasthan, because in Rajasthan government's incubation center we have conducted research, and then during my tenure at Manipal, we have allotted this Atal Bihari Incubation Center, and our young technical, particularly the group of students, now when I research on this, then there is a group of students and they come and have a new thought, have a new idea, and then they prepare this. So this group consists of 2-3 students from technology, and they take one student from our stream, that is of finance. So he take all the financial arrangements and they take on the technology part, and they have developed, in my institution they have developed an artificial hand, and then they improved 3 times, and now we have developed a fully usable artificial hand, and that startup has been registered, and now it is working. Then in Rajasthan, there are, you have heard the cases of this Harijan, when they are going into this uh, sewerage, and then due to gas, so many has lost their life. So now here they develop this type of, and then it will go inside and collect all the garbage and do so like that. So first thing, as my friend Arvind Kumarji told, that we have to develop good syllabus and all these things, and then provide the ecosystem, because when a new youngster come, he first need mentor, who mentor him, who flow his idea. He has a good idea, but how it is to be flowed? He flow his idea, then other facilities, technical facilities, then financial facilities, and when his product is successful, then production and marketing facilities. All is to be given. So this is like that ecosystem is necessary, and now the government and all, even big, even now so many venture capitalists, they are also providing this service. So I will dealt more on this in my next turn, international and national international ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Badera. Now we are having one panelist from industry. He is in ad tech company. He is young and of course entrepreneur. He has started his startup. So Mr. Sarif, welcome, and I would like to listen few industrial aspect, or the how youngster who already initiated it, and when these topics are discussed in these auditoriums, so what difference and similarity and any relevance you find? Is it worthwhile or just a formality?
First of all, thank you, Professor Raju sir, and it's my honor and privilege to share the dais with all the senior academicians. So what I would like to bring is, as an entrepreneur myself, as a bidding entrepreneur, so I call it as such, I'm just chatting. So it's almost a decade of experience what I have. So I would like to share my experience and the kind of challenges, maybe the 100 opportunities where we get a 99 no and a 1 yes, which changes a lot. So I would like to kind of discuss and get their insights, and probably we can have an interactive session with the audience and senior academicians, and the relevance of, see, now that we are discussing about entrepreneurships or startups or innovations. So what is that is actually important while you wanted to become an entrepreneur? What is that you are trying to address? So I wanted to pinpoint or focus on the demand. So finding the demand or the market, it should be the right demand, right market at right time. So if any of these factors not pointed out or is not addressed, so you are not in the right boat. So I would like to say, share my kind of experience and the way we could reach out to a large potential opportunities, and the kind of innovations what we are trying to bring, and the kind of help and support the public also, and as educational institutions also look at to actually help build young minds and young entrepreneurs. So I would address, one would be employability, one would, as an entrepreneur, what are the challenges I would face or I rather faced, and third would be how to bring technology or innovations to a kind of, if there is a challenge, how to address that challenge using technology. So this is what I wanted to discuss with all of you. So looking forward to, and thanks the panel.
So till now we have a fair idea about what the discussion will go ahead, and now we can integrate these three words, how these are related, and of course these are related, that innovation and startup, entrepreneurship and startup. There is a doubt in the minds of general people why these are the two different words, where one, entrepreneurship, we are talking about for many years now, for few years startups is being talked about. So the definition part, we know that any venture, any entrepreneurial activity that is running not more than 10 years back, and it is either a private limited company or a limited partnership. So, and not having the turnover more than 1 million in a accounting year since it's in corporation. That is okay. But how this startup is now taking more importance than entrepreneurial activities. So I'm coming back to you because you already started it. And secondly, the technology and innovation must be the essential ingredient in a startup. That is also one parameter that differentiate entrepreneurial activity with the startup. So you have already talked about in that. So I'm coming back to you to give some idea on that.
Thanks, sir. See, I would like to place the kind of the market penetration, what we are trying to do, and what is that concern we are trying to address. And this talks about all the topics you just mentioned. So one is, say, we are talking about startups. Now, coming from a business family. So I hail from a family where my father was running kind of resorts and 40 years plus experience. So I always wanted to become entrepreneurs. But what entrepreneur, what is that you wanted to start? What is that you wanted to build? That was always something confusing. But I never wanted to work in a brand. So while I was doing my engineering, I was placed in Infosys. But rather I took a call that no, I would start something of my own. But what to start, again, that's a challenge. Then after my engineering and a small experience as a lecturer, then again I thought, okay, would get into my own kind of some startups. Then got an idea that it should be like something related to education, and it should start from training, because training was always my passion. So having that lecture experience as well. Now coming from the engineering background, there is a technology, there is a ERP which is always kind of very lucrative for us, that is SAP. So SAP being the world's #1 ERP, we kind of engineers always look at that as a future options. So I started like a kind of we started a training center for SAP in the downmost south side of say India, in Kerala, as a small training center. Now what happened was, now if you are starting an entity, you are starting a private limited or a partnership or an LLP, you don't know the basics of anything, and no startup, you don't have the consulting, you don't get it, you don't get the kind of expert this thing from anybody. So it was rather more challenging to start an organization, just to start a business, than anything else. Not than running a business, more than that, it was actually starting a business more challenging. So yes, then we had a kind of good going with the trainings, and then we expanded, and we became a #1 training center in South India, rather than we became a largest training partner for SAP in the country. So I also happens to be running another skill development company, skilling company, that is EME, Electromech Enterprises. So we are the largest education partner for SAP, Microsoft, Cambridge University Press. We are the education resellers for all these OEMs. Now, kind of reselling these kind of softwares or MNC programs, we were never happy, because I happened to be working with a part of a group as well, a large education group. So we were never satisfied with the kind of reselling what we are doing for other MNCs. We always wanted to build a brand of our own. So again, we thought, okay, what is that we are going to address? So we thought we should address the most pain point of any young entrepreneur or a startup bidding person, that is how to start a company. That is the most challenging part. So for that, you need to have a minimum basic literacy, statutory literacy. You need to know how to start a company, what are the formalities to be followed, what are the tax implications, what are the complications if you don't know, like if you don't do the annual kind of normal filings. So this is something basically missing for any individual, any young entrepreneur, if you name it, any individual. They basically doesn't have what you call financial literacy or statutory literacy, they don't have that. Now we thought this is something we should address. This is a pain point. Now, having worked with all the OEMs, MNCs for almost 8-9 years, we thought we have the kind of technology which can actually change the course of this challenge. So how to change this? Now we invented, or we rather innovated technology. We build something kind of simulation technology. So you can relate it to like a flight simulator. A pilot who wanted to fly a flight, he would rather practice in a simulator before going, before getting hands-on experience in an actual flight, so that he doesn't have the risk of facing the air. He will have a used to while he has the hands-on practice. So we thought this is something we need to bring up. So for having an engaging kind of an experience for the students. So what we did was, so we developed a simulated website for all the statutory filings. So you can start with EPAN, be it income tax, GST, data signature, ESI, PF. So everything we started a simulated website. Now, who was the first customer? So you may be surprised. The first customer was Institute of Cost Accountants of India, one of the premier most institute for actually they are supposed to take care of all these statutory trainings throughout the country. So they happened to be our first customer because we got the tender awarded for having placed a very unique solution to build a engaging platform for the students. So we got it awarded. It was 4 years back, and the kind of feedback and the impression we got from the student and from the institute was so much so that it is taking us to a bigger scope. See, once after our successful implementation of this particular statutory filing program with simulations, we were called by the Finance Ministry of Government of India to give a presentation to them, like how the kind of technology can be incorporated to help the youth. Now, after our presentation, the ministry recommended that this kind of course has to be developed as a skill development program, and it should be developed as a course under the framework where the government has set. So we were asked to set up a kind of courses under the Ministry of Skill Development, and then we had got all the approvals and the alignment. And where we stand is now all the other institutes, be it a Chartered Account Institute or Company Secretary Institute, they are looking forward to incorporate our technology solutions to their curriculum, so that all their kind of learnings and trainings also become interactive and engaging. So this is something which I would like to kind of share with you. So we what we did was we addressed the actual challenge of starting a company. So you wanted to become an entrepreneur, you wanted to start something, but you rather face a challenge while you start a company. So first you address that challenge, then you go on to whatever you are going to address in the market, where you find a product or you find a service or you find an IT or whatever it is. But basic is you wanted a statutory literacy, or you want a statutory awareness. So that's what.
Thank you, Mr. Sharif, that you, with your own case study, very beautifully told about your journey. And we could find out that there is one basic element that is required in the essential of entrepreneurial activity to address any existing problem. And the solution should not lie with the traditional line, but it is an innovative way and a new way of doing things that is customer friendly and tech savvy. So you have adopted IT based solutions, you have adopted even your first customer was the agency or the institute that was the pioneer in that, but they were not doing in that way. Rather, they are knowing all these things better than the employees of your company who are serving them. But the technology that you offered. So now I'm coming back to Professor Balera. You have told that the ecosystem. And the ecosystem, when we say, we sometimes know about the academia that is coming up with the new courses on entrepreneurship, startups, new degrees, as he has told that he is the second generation businessman. But we are having first generation entrepreneurs also. We are having courses in business management like family business management, MBA in family business management, MBA in retail, MBA in banking, MBA in, so likewise now we are going at a niche, we are addressing niche areas. Secondly, the challenge referred by Mr. Sarif, that the financial literacy. Why this challenge people are facing when we know that government is having n number of agencies who are funding? There are several numerous schemes floated by the government, and fund is still available. They are pressing to their officers to disburse it, but the fund is still available. Bank officers are not finding right people for them. Is it the lack of awareness or the linkages or connecting the dots? What exactly the problem, Professor Balera?
Thank you, Professor Rajiv, that as you have rightly pointed out, that after last in 6-7 years, becoming the third largest startup ecosystem in the world, because now India is third largest, and up to September I have data that we have startups globally 1,12,718 up to September 30 in 763 districts of the country, that is DIPP approved startups. Otherwise, that family business, that is not counted. It is all in the private sector, not government. Because we are third, that US is first. They are adding 40 to 50,000 startups every month. Now UK started the same, and they are giving so many facilities. So they are ahead, but we are third. China is there, but China's startups are more startups in the government sector because they are a communist country. So in the ecosystem, first thing I here want to add some with Professor Arvind's idea, that now we have a scope. We all persons sitting in the universities or education institution, we have a scope that NEP 2020. In national education policy, now we have liberated. Earlier, you have a course of BCom or a BBA, that set course students have to pass the subject of commerce and business and go. But now, this all 3-4 categories, say 50% core papers and then skill enhancement papers, and then open elective, go to any discipline. So my experience because we have started in Manipal earlier this thing. So I have 5-6 open elective from my business school, and most of, because we are always in the high demand, and most of engineering students take our elective, because finance, management, economics, accountancy, basic, costing, all these. So this, due to this, first thing, we have now chance to develop our courses to make more our young students in the entrepreneurship. We have to change their mental to go for this any service or all these things, they become the entrepreneur. And here I want to add one more thing, that one survey says that when survey has taken from Indian all this workforce, then 86%, if they get the chance, they want to become entrepreneur instead of serving to others. Whereas the world's average is 53%. So India is having this hereditary, that quality to become the entrepreneur. Sorry.
Thank you, Professor Badana. And you have rightly shared the data that we are having 1 lakh 12,000 like startups and also 112 unicorns.
Yeah.
So this is the figure, but when we are having successful startup entrepreneur, there is a failure rate also.
Yes.
But we are witnessing that failure rate is now reducing. Success rate is increasing. And you are rightly saying that universities are coming up with the new entrepreneurial courses. So, Professor Arvind Kumar, you at Atal Bihari Vajpayee School of Management and Entrepreneurship, where the school name is also carrying the word entrepreneurship, and it is in the name of former Prime Minister Bharat Ratna Sri Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji, who initiated the next phase of liberalization and all that. So, how will you say, as a one of the premier university where you have served one term of dean in a business school, what is the responsibilities of business school in universities, central university like JNU and DU, that they should do, and what they are doing right now? Can you share on that part?
Sir, 1 minute I want to add. With the unicorn, now we have 6 decacron, that is more than 10 billion. Flipkart, Byju's, Nykaa, Swiggy, etc. like that.
Thank you, Professor Sidaria. So, as I was mentioning in the beginning, so now the time has come where universities, schools, not only the universities. So, if you look at the ecosystem of our country, so now the time has come. It's a need of the hour. Not only the universities, even the school can start it. We also have a very successful model by the SCERT Delhi. So they also started EMC, Entrepreneurship Mindset Curriculum. So it's a very successful model. Coming back, what Professor Sidaria ji has said, so when you look at the university, so Central University, Government of India has Atal Incubation Centers. Atal Tinkering Lab is also one of the idea. Then there is a full-fledged ministry, Ministry of Skill Development. So there could be a linkages. Coming back, how the academician can contribute. So few things can be done. So entrepreneurship is one of the disciplines which cannot be taught only merely in classrooms, right? Where you have to adopt some theoretical orientation, some conceptual framework. Then you have to go with the field, right? So two things can be done when you look at the whole idea of entrepreneurship. So entrepreneur can be produced by learning, or it can be produced by inspiration, and it can be also by reflections. So for example, somebody who really wants, as Professor Badera rightly pointed out, and I seconded his survey, that when he said, he talked about in Indian context, 83% people, they said, I don't want to serve from 9 to 5 job. I want to become entrepreneur. So look at the statistics, which is very, very encouraging statistics. 86% of our youth is ready to become entrepreneur. Coming back, how it can be done. So somebody may be very inspired. When you look at, I can see few female colleagues here. When I look at the bio of Sudha Narayan Murthy, so very inspiring story. So people can learn inspiration, they can take inspiration from people like Sudha Narayan Murthy. I can also give you another example, Kalpana Saros, who come from a marginal section of the society. He was married in early childhood, then it was divorced. Then now if you look at her enterprise, she owned the enterprise more than 2,000 crore. Somebody who come from socially marginalized section, woman, then look at the background. So this may be inspiration. When you don't have inspiration, there could be a self-inspiration as well. You really want to become entrepreneur. So I really want to bring the live example of Mr. Sarif, and I really want to congratulate for his brand. It says energy, but it starts from N. So that is also live example. Youth can connect with Mr. Sarif. So this can be done through experience. It can be done through inspiration. It can be learned through the experience, and it can also be done reflection. So where Professor Sidaria had an institution, so there can be several reflections. Lot of research can be done by the academician. So I want to bring 2-3 input. One input is when you look at the academic institution, so they can really inspire students, they can help them. Now we lot of heard about the success story. I personally feel there must be a chance given to the failures as well. Nobody talks about the failures, but they can give you the real insight. जो कभी आईएएस नहीं बनता है वो आईएएस प्रोड्यूस करता है. जो entrepreneur फेल हो जाता है, that entrepreneur can really give the insights. We must celebrate, we must facilitate the successful entrepreneur, but we must look at the people who got failed. So they can tell you these are the points, these are the mistakes, one should not repeat. So there are always learning from the failure of the people. So these are the few ideas. So we can have incubation center, and I can also give you few examples. It's not at this academic platform to give some brand name. If this institution is doing good, but I know some of the institution where faculty also own the companies. They are producing Section 8 companies, and they also have a stake. When you have ownership, students also started within the campus. In case if you are starting new companies, Section 8 companies, where faculty and students are also producing, then I believe academic institution can also participate in a very, very significant manner for promoting and fostering entrepreneurship. But the country has a very good ecosystem. Now the ecosystem has developed. I'll start. I know Professor Sidaria is waiting. He's looking at the time. So there is also indicator called T indicator, though it's also T time. And what is T indicator is total entrepreneurship activities. So when I look at the data 2017-18, so it's a very significant growth from 9.3% to 14.4%, almost 15%. So it's a very, very significant growth in terms of total entrepreneurship activity. So I stop here. So we must be very, very positive when we look at the entrepreneurial ecosystem in our country. And let me also share with all of you that Government of India is, especially our own Prime Minister, is very committed to have a very lucrative entrepreneurial ecosystem. So I'll stop here. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Professor Arvind. The path to success goes from the failure, and it is said that you are never too big to fail. And innovation distinguishes between a leader and a follower. This is the statement by Steve Jobs, and I am now coming to the NEP. NEP that connects industry with academia, and they are introduced vocational training. They are coming up with the no boundaries between private and the public universities, all are same, and multidisciplinary. So all that, since we are here having the host institution, universities, head of the department, dean of business management school, Professor Mayank Dondialji, we know and we have experienced the existence and the incorporation of NEP in many public universities. As a private university, I believe how NEP is connecting with this topic, today's topic, that please, if you would like to have some knowledge on that.
Thank you very much, Professor Rajiv. So I must tell you that, as India's #1 ranked private university, the whole idea of multidisciplinarity, that's part of the new education policy, and Honorable Prime Minister, I think I must give the compliment to him and to the government to that they have made it mainstream now. But at O.P. Jindal Global University, multidisciplinarity has been part of our soul from the very start. In fact, I must tell you that the business school and of course the other schools of the university, the students can take a lot of electives from across the university. So a business school student can, as part of the curriculum, and they can take electives from the public policy school, from the law school, from the banking school, from liberal arts school. And the university enables that. So it's not like, they can only take it and then it's very difficult to take. No. The entire timetable, the way it works, the way, these cross-registered electives have been designed and delivered. We enable the student to take, these electives. And the whole idea you talked about how NEP, fits into this context. I think as an entrepreneur, the entrepreneur needs to have a helicopter view of the entire situation. And in that way, you can't be very domain specific, right? So, from finance to organization behavior to strategy to other aspects, to the legal aspects, of business, to how, one of the panelists talked about the laws and the taxation. An entrepreneur, given the fund crunch and the resource crunch from the very start, there are chances that there are very few people, in the entire team running the company. And therefore, people need to have a holistic view. So the whole idea of NAP also is to, let go of the silos and make sure that the students get exposure to multiple different aspects, right? There is a lot of focus on skills also in the national education policy. And I think, this is very important, because I think one paradigm shift that's happening in the education sector is that, the entire value of a degree is getting questioned. Because corporates want people who can hit the ground running from day zero, right? So degree in a way becomes immaterial. What really matters is what are the skills and what is the value the candidate is bringing to the table. And that is exactly the reason why, we every time and very frequently we hear stories of so many thousands of engineers and medical students graduating, but they're not employable at all. Because there is a lot of gap between what the industry is asking for and what the graduate is bringing to the table. So the point I'm trying to make is that, in this new world where the students have all the knowledge available to them on their mobile phone, this traditional method of, a teacher delivering, gyan in a closed classroom, in a one-way street, that just doesn't work. Because chances are, and this is actually true, that the students have access to top quality professors from Harvard and Stanford's free of cost. I mean, even if you look at, a simple topic like, spreadsheet or, Microsoft Excel, there is a tons of content available on YouTube. So there's not even a paywall there. I mean, without even logging into YouTube, don't even have to register, right? You type advanced Microsoft Excel, you type macros, for example, and there is huge amount of data and the students can learn from there. So the whole idea is that students asking, boss, why should I come to your campus, and give my 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, spend so much money, get this degree? Because all of this content is available online, in a majority of the cases free of cost. So the point is that, and especially at OP Jindal, I can safely say, because, we are very conscious of the fact that when the student is coming here for a 4-year BBA degree or a 2-year MBA degree, and I'm sure all the fellow panelists, they come from very prestigious education institutions. That is at the back of our mind, that exactly what is the value we are delivering as part of this degree. Because the degree alone, it won't cut it, right? As an institution of eminence, OP Jindal Global University is among the very few private universities, institutions in India, which is also an institution of eminence. That is at the center point. So skills, especially for an entrepreneur where his actual or her money is at stake. A lot of students come to me and they say that I don't want to do a 9-to-5 job. I say entrepreneurship is a 24-hour job. I mean, you're at, if you're doing a service at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, you log out and then you actually don't worry about it. But when you have your own startup, you can't switch off your phone, boss, right? Because your own money, your own prestige is at stake. So I think more than anything else, it's about teaching them the right skills. It's about teaching them the mindset that as an entrepreneur, you need to celebrate failure. That failure will happen eventually, that you can't escape it, but you take it with the right mindset. Because when the rubber hits the road and you decide and take the product to the market, whether in terms of the USP, whether in terms of the pricing, chances are that, it will not go the way you imagined it would go. And then, how do you deal with that? So a lot of it is actually a mindset issue. So skills come into the picture, the mindset comes into the picture, how you handle failure comes into the picture. That's what a real entrepreneur is all about. So in terms of as a higher education institute, I think one of the main shifts that is happening is that we need to tell them and we need to deliver experiential education. Because the traditional PPT-based, classroom-based education is becoming very redundant. And I think the students can smell it from very far. And they've started questioning as to, what exactly are you teaching? I already know this. Okay, or, this particular Harvard paper is telling something else. And, so those are the questions that my teachers are facing on a day-to-day basis. So when you go in front of those students, you need to make sure that your lecture, whether it's 1 hour, 1.5 hours, is actually delivering real value. and actually, teaching them something new which they don't already know.
Thank you, Professor Mayank. We need to deliver experience learning and the internships and few sorts of summer projects, dissertations. We used to do it, but as the government suggested in national education policy, this has to be enhanced and the intensity is also be increased. Now the floor is open for the question answer session, and if any of the participant is having any query or question or counter question, so most welcome. They can come up, may hand raise, and the volunteer will come to you with the mic. Though we have exhausted, yes, please. Is there any volunteer?
Thank you very much for such an enlightened discussion. My name is Vivek Kapoor. I am from Satya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, Puttaparthi. I'm a professor there. I spent about 28 years in industry, and after that I am teaching there for the last 7 years. I take entrepreneurship and innovation courses. I've developed a couple of courses. My question to the panelists is, how do you create culture of innovation and entrepreneurship in an academic organization?
I'll just take, and maybe, if my fellow panelists, maybe if they want to take as well. I think that's a very relevant question, Professor. I think, just because as academic institutions, as I said, we need to make sure that we are walking the talk, right? And to bring in innovation and entrepreneurship in an academic institution, what I've seen, and I'm telling from my experience, and this is especially true for entrepreneurship. I'll just stick to entrepreneurship because that's the topic of today's discussion. A lot of the entrepreneurship programs in a majority of the institutions, if not all of the institutions, are being delivered by academics who have absolutely no entrepreneurship experience, right? And what happens then is that, and it has its value. So, I'm not denying that theory doesn't add value, right? But it adds value only to that extent. It's same as, you're teaching somebody to swim by watching YouTube videos. That's just not gonna, happen, right? To actually learn how to swim, you've got to go down into the pool and actually do it for yourself. Same as cycling, and same as entrepreneurship as well. My sense is that a lot of the education institutions who are delivering, entrepreneurship-based degrees, I think the way they're going wrong is that it's almost entirely theoretical in nature, and therefore people who are part of that degree, they don't get first-hand experience. The right way to deliver is, especially entrepreneurship-based courses, is to make sure they actually start their own companies. And by the time they graduate, the company is registered, it has its own balance sheet, and hopefully some track record of 2-3 years, so that's how you teach entrepreneurship, not just by PPT slides.
I just said I completely agree with Professor Mayank Dhondial, sir, and you raised a very relevant question coming from the industry, having very rich experience, then talking about how we can create a culture. So culture cannot be made overnight. It required time, lot of times. So as I said in the beginning, I can share my experience. So in case somebody comes to you and say, I want to be entrepreneur. So as a faculty, as an institution, so the person should be encouraged. There are n number of funding agency. So funding agency, one of the hunch the funding agency face, I cannot go give award to the funding to the individual members. So at institutional level, there can be a policy for seed money. Institution may think about if somebody come with the idea. So I don't want to go to the theoretical part of ideation and various other phases, but I really want to have a policy framework for the institution. As sir rightly said, entrepreneur culture will not be come through only syllabi changing, having a very fancy syllabi and say, we are the #1 institution. So you must have an ongoing practices. So first you must encourage your students, and then you should also facilitate. There could be ongoing programs creating awareness. These are the agencies which will give you the funding. As I said, no agency will give you fund. They want funding through the institution. They feel institutions are very responsible institution. Directors, deans are very responsible. So everything has to be rooted through the system. So we must create an ecosystem where the funding can also be done, and where there is a success story. So people really, as I said in the beginning, inspirational stories. If you produce two very successful entrepreneur, it's better to publicize them. Their interviews can be published on your own website. They can be invited across the country or maybe at the global platform. So we must have a culture where we can have awareness, we have an interaction. I'm very happy under the leadership of Professor Sijaria, our school also organized Udyam Sagar. So it was an interface between academia, budding startups, entrepreneurs, and the funding agency. So these kind of things will definitely help to creating a culture. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Arvind, Professor Mayank, for replying this question. The sense is earn while you learn, and making incubation centers more result oriented and worthwhile, meaningful to the student community. Next question.
Can I add on this? Maybe, all of us can think about collaborating various academic institutions. Like we have involved our alumni entrepreneurs, and we can have exchange program. That will also create a culture of innovation among various institutions. Maybe the panelists can think about it later on, and we can have a discussion offline also on this. Yeah. Sorry? No, this is because of my experience in industry. I worked for various multinationals and national and Tatas, and then I left my organization. And I'm starting this. I'm doing this in my organization. I thought we can collaborate on this at some point of time. Yeah.
Sir, I think I would bring to your notice one good experience we recently had. So now that you pointed out how to kind of collaborate and how to bring in this innovation and entrepreneurship in academic. So last week we had a launch in Kerala University. So you had a similar program in Kerala University also. Like the launch we had is integrating the technology solutions with the curriculum. So what we have done is, we are trying to kind of connect the dots. There are many challenges. Now we have employability as a challenge. We wanted to support the entrepreneurs. We wanted education system to change. We wanted to incorporate NEP 2020. So we have a lot of requirements. We are looking forth. We are open for change, but then you have tons and tons of challenges. Now what we did is, so can you actually address all these challenges with the kind of innovation what you are bringing? Now we have some technology solutions like simulated learning in statutory filing. We also brought something like interactive tools and interactive learning for the accounting. So you can learn journal entry or credit or debit or reconciliation of bank statement or any accounting practices you can normally learn in a paper pen manner. So what we did was we actually simulated this as well. So this can be practiced in a system. So normally if you rather take 1 hour of time in your normal academic classroom session to teach a student how to do a journal entry or reconciliation, this can be taught in 5 minutes and actually in an engaging manner for the student where they understand the concept more than what they understand while they hear the theory classes only. So Kerala University is the front runner. So what they have done is we mapped the technology solutions, that is simulated learning and interactive learning, to semester wise. So we have not brought in any new add-on courses because it would dilute the course structure or the regular training hours, which is again a challenge in the institutions. So what we did is we integrated practical training to topic wise. Suppose in your semester 1 you have financial accounting paper. Now to teach financial accounting you wanted to give the basics of all these accounting. Now we brought in tools, interactive tools, simulation tools to teach this. So You need not spend 1 hour, 2 hours to teach all those topics theory. You just need to spend 5 minutes, 10 minutes, give them the practical experience. Now that you have systems, you have mobiles, you have tabs, laptops, just give that to the student, give them the topic, show one use case, ask them to practice. Then they practice and learn. So rather going, see, you can bring innovation, you can bring your kind of thoughts, your inventions, you can use technology in the right manner, but not disturbing the arrangement. You can't disturb the system in a single day. You can't do that. So rather, stay with the system, try to add more value, try to get a best outcome with staying with the current system. Now that is what we did, and just wanted to also mention, we are also one of the institute or one of the platform who have signed the largest skilling initiative in the country. So we have signed a program to train 3 lakh accountants over a period of 3 years. That was with Maharashtra state. So that is kind of one of an initiative that is India's what you call the largest skilling initiative one state government has taken as initiative. So just wanted to mention, all this collaboration engagement cannot happen disturbing the current system, but rather supporting the system and bring in technology for that. That's it.
So one question from madam, and then I believe we will be done, because already time is over. Yes, please, madam.
So I'm Vibha. I have been party to this panel discussion. It's very interesting because I also come from a corporate, academic and mixed background. My question is to Sharif, that your product seems very encouraging for students and new entrepreneurs, management professionals in commerce domain. What are your plans for equipping the trainers or academicians to really be the real support system for the students? Because even when we are talking about the professors, where they are saying the teachers have to be, or professors have to be really equipped for engaging the students. So what's your plan in that part of it?
Thanks, Biba. So now that raising a very relevant question. So you are trying to train the next generation. Can you just neglect the generation who actually has to train these students? So it cannot be done. So see, the thought process is, like I said, this has to go in hand. So this has to be like taking people to confidence. So you have to take the academicians, you need to take all the stakeholders into confidence. So how we do it? So we have also brought or launched something called Energy Community, wherein the students, the faculties, the deans, the academicians, the industrialists, everybody get together on a single platform. Now the insights, the knowledge, the kind of requirements, the resource requirement, the pool requirement, the training requirement. So like things happens in YouTube. So we have launched a platform where all the teachings and trainings with all these innovative technology and all the simulations and the interactive tools, everything can be shared, and it's a kind of a platform, a social media platform for learning. So that is something we had brought to have or to rather take the faculties or the academic system also to confidence and to support our kind of venture. So just imagine, see, you are talking about employability concern or how to address this. Now rather only if you take up the survey of how much people who actually file income tax, or maybe who are aware of all these things, maybe 5% or so. What if you can improve 2 to 3% of these things? That can be huge revenue for the government. And what if people are taught, the next generation, the current generation are taught on the statutory literacy, and they can be more self-employable, or you can create tons of entrepreneurs, and there is no limit to this. You can create lakhs and lakhs of entrepreneurs and self-employable people, and there is no limit for age as well. So that's what, ma'am. So I would like to just point out, we also take faculties or deans or academicians also to confidence. So we have our peculiar platform also for that.
Yeah, please. Yeah, please. Most welcome.
That this time when students choose the institution for the or his parents choose her parents choose the institution for study, then they ask first, what is your placements? Just show the placements. I enroll private institute. So, but I think in future, say our Prime Minister in 1947, that time also it gained the equal importance. Then parents need to know how many startups your institutions have, instead of how many placements you have.
And I'm just extending your thought. When we go from Delhi to Greater Noida or any other places, earlier we used to find hoardings of 20 lakh package, 30 lakh package. Now we are finding 2.2 crore, 5 crore. So we see that how one can have that much salary package. So when you stay for a while and read it out, so you get these are the entrepreneurial activities, startups, the students who have passed out from that particular institute for which the advertisement or the hoarding is there. So the time has already changed. Now time has come to keep panel discussion at end. It is very difficult when such a learned and experienced panel is there and equally learned audience is there. So we all are in academia or the industry or the corporate, and this is most happening and most vibrant topic that cannot be justified within the hour, even one line. If it is a startup only, or it is innovation only, or a entrepreneurship only, but there are three. So we could not talk much about innovations. It could not be in 1 hour. So I have given thought of many different dimensions of related topic, but it was not possible to touch even these points. Time has its own limitation. So now it is time to say thank you. Thank you everyone. Thank you Mr. Sarif, Mr. M.L. Badera ji, Professor Arvind Kumar ji, Professor Mayank ji, and organizers and learned audience, participants. Thank you. Now, please.
Thank you, sir. So it was actually a pleasure to witness this panel discussion. I would like to extend a warm regards to each one of you. With a warm and a round of applause, please. Thank you. All right. I would request Professor Mank to kindly felicitate our panel moderator, Professor Rajiv Sijaria ji. I would now request Professor Rajiv Sijaria ji to felicitate our esteemed Mayank Tondial ji. Yeah, this is how it goes. And now the baton is with Professor Rajiv Sijaria. I request you to felicitate Mr. Sharif. Professor Arvind Kumar, please. And Professor M.L. Vadera. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. On behalf of Indian Commerce Association, on behalf of JGU, I would like to end this panel discussion by thanking all the panelists. Thank you so much, and thank you all for listening and being here and being active participants. Thank you so much. Thank you. कर लो, आ जाओ. There is one announcement, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I would like to thank our panelists for this wonderful discussion. And I would just like to inform you about a voting session that will be happening in the polling booths. It is room number 92 on the first floor of our Aruna Abhay Oswal Academic Block, which will start from 5:30 to 8 p.m. And our transport and programs executives will be helping you throughout. And it will be followed by dinner starting from 7 p.m. to 9:30 in the same block. Thank you.